Good evening, everyone. We are here for a banger quarterfinal match, the Mountain Division rematch between CB Ibiza and Red Panda Gaming. I've got Bully on the mic here with me, Jeeves.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Ibiza did have a bye last week, being a 1 seed, but 1 through 4 seed. So they will be going against the RPG Cubs. Cubs taking down Imperial Gaming, which was definitely a shock to everyone.
Yep.
Basically who voted on the game. We, they took them out in 4 games, and looks like they do belong. We were questioning how good their division was. Mountain did look kind of weak, but they came out swinging and they caught Imperial Gaming sleeping. So let's see if they could do it again.
We have a blue side first pick, Ivern. And I don't see any corrections in the lobby chat. So
That's
this
the
Ivern looks like a thing.
Yeah, so Minute Militia does play a lot of Ivern, and they're gonna opt to actually go with the that carry of the Vayne. And I know Adishan loves playing that Vayne, so they're gonna put a lot of marbles into him to carry this game. And I don't. And Ivern is really annoying to play against. If you're a good Ivern player, you could take over a game as well. So,
Yeah.
Wukong being taken by RPG Cubs. That definitely could be a top lane pick. We did see the Wukong get buffs last patch and s-
Yeah.
was was doing really well in both top lane and jungle, so that could be a flex as well.
Yeah, the last time we saw Wukong on stream, I think it was like one of the last weeks of the regular season, and Kappa Crusader on Conduit went kind of nuts on the champion.
Yeah, it catches some people sleeping, especially when Wukong can now dash over the walls with the W. But Maokai Ezreal. I'm
Huh.
curious to see if they look to where they're using that Maokai at.
I I just feel like Maokai top isn't like that hasn't been great for a while. Like as far as tanks go, it's really like Tom Kench or Ornn or bust, and even Tom Kench having gotten rebalanced to go into support more isn't as much there. So last I tried Maokai in top lane, the mana problems need to be itemized for, and that just puts him behind in being able to keep up with other top.
Honestly, I don't think it's going top. Draconus is not he is a
Oh
very
yeah.
hard carry player, and
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna give him the Wukong in his hands, or yeah, I'm pretty sure the Wukong is gonna go in his hands. So I'm gonna guess that Maokai is gonna be going either support or um, jungle, and I would have to take a quick glance at where I think it actually would go.
I can kind of see it for the support. I mean, Lux Ezreal is definitely a thing, but like I can see as a counter for the Rel because the Maokai Q does a knockback, so probably you can interrupt the Rel dismount engage with the Maokai Q. So that could be kind of sweet.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser are being taken. It's definitely gonna be going to top side. Uh, So it looks like they are going to continue to put the game in the Vayne's hands, especially with the Mordekaiser's pick, trying to take away any kind of dive onto the Vayne, so Vayne could actually just go ham. Um,
Yeah.
and it's going to be a Cassin pick. Cassin just actually got some buffs, so putting in the Chitin, Chitin is known to be pretty solid. But I'm curious to see what happens here.
It's a very AP heavy comp from Ibiza. Literally, just like you said, putting a lot on Vane's shoulders.
It might be an AP heavy comp, but they're relying a lot of there was a Jax. So they are actually putting that Maokai in the
It could
look
still be Jack's
I think
jungle.
I think that is the I think that's actually gonna be a Wukong swap into the jungle. I think that's gonna be a Jax top. I think they're gonna take that yeah, I think they're gonna take that. I think it's gonna be a Wukong jungle. So I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a Maokai support with the Ezreal and then a Lux mid. That's my guess.
That
Um
sounds right. I know Jax is a rough matchup for Mordekaiser because he just can't stack the passive through the counter strike. And
Mhm.
just once he gets one or two items, if he has a lead on Mord, he's just gross and just wins the duel.
It is, any it's a good matchup for Jax if they know how to play Jax correctly. Not knowing
Yeah,
your trade patterns, as Jax can lose you this lane very easily because, one kill going over the Mordekaiser early by a mistake by Jax can swing this whole lane into Mordekaiser's favor. But yes, Jax does have, theoretically the upper hand, has had a lot of, success against Mordekaiser, but this is a ticking time bomb for the entire RPG Cubs squad. Yes, they have some scaling with the Jax, with the Ezreal, but then you're facing against a Vayne who could kite very well Kassadin that could do a lot of things at level 16 and level 11, and a lot of
yeah,
CC disengage and overall team fight presence with the Ivern on CP Ibiza. So this has to be a lot of early pressure coming in from the Wukong jungle, trying to get these side lanes ahead. Theoretically, you want this Jack to try to get ahead to start putting pressure in these side lanes,
yeah.
while I don't think Lux is going to be in danger until level 6. At level 6, Kain might be looking the hard trade against Lux, especially if that light binding is thrown out and miss. It's going to be an easy trade for Kain.
So the Cassidon buffs today, that was just to the shield he gets from his Q, right?
Yes, the shield and I believe it was, let me check. It was shield and a little bit of damage, I believe,
Okay.
added on.
I know the Mordekaiser buffs were move speed from
Mhm.
his passive, which is obviously super important for a juggernaut. Um,
Yeah.
but
So
it's not as super impactful.
okay, so it's just a magic shield, and it has an AP increased AP ratio as well. So base and AP
Gotcha.
ratio for the magic shield was increased, but the magic damage for the force pulse was increased as well. Just the AP ratio and the base is the complete same. So a little bit of buff on the E. The shield is going to actually be very nice, especially if Catherine is maxing it. It gives them a
Yeah.
lot of lane presence, a lot of sustain, making sure that Lux can't just poke him down.
And I'm looking at the client now, and I'm seeing Cassidon locked in for Infernosk. Infernos?
Inferno SK. I'm gonna
Inferno
say
SK.
I'm
That
just gonna say
sounds better
Inferno
than both
SK.
of those.
Okay, so that's actually gonna might be a Jack's jungle.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll
Oh wow.
swap. Maybe they're looking to swap. Kain
Yeah, a
does
whole
play
lot of
Mordekaiser.
Chitin has the most interesting champ pool
Hmm.
from a lot of people I've seen. I saw him play a Alistar game recently. He had a Rakan game recently
Yeah.
that
So
I casted.
if they're looking to actually take the Mordekaiser out of the lane, which is very possible,
Yeah.
um, I'm actually gonna think that they're gonna swap, with a lot of time remaining, to determine where this Jax is gonna go, where the Wukong is gonna go. But
Okay.
fully expect the Chitin to actually take this Kassadin pick.
It makes the most sense, especially like I feel like Mordekaiser into Lux is not a good matchup. Like it doesn't sound like it would be a good matchup. I've never played it, but eh,
Well, it's going to be annoying either way for both sides. Before level 6, Mordekaiser can, you know, just CS, do the same thing as what Cassin will do, but it's more of if Jax is going top against a Mordekaiser, they don't want Mordekaiser to be in that lane, and that's
yep.
what they're hoping doesn't happen. So they would rather have the Cassidon against that Jax by the looks of it. Um, but we'll see if they look to swap. Right now, we do have that Wukong jungle for RPGX and the Jax top, and then we have the Cassidon top for CP Ibiza and the Mordekaiser mid. They may swap the lanes as well. So if you that's a very big possibility where Inferno will go mid and Kaiden goes top with that Mordekaiser because by looks of it,
Okay. Yeah.
Kaiden might have more practice on the Mordekaiser and has a better chance of doing well in that lane.
Whew. So looking at this draft, just based on the pure champions pick and the player lineups, who do you like for this game?
So I actually just checked. Looks like I'm going to say that yeah, the Mordekaiser is going to stay with Kiten because he has more practice, a lot more practice on that champion.
Huh.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm curious to see what happens with the Kassadin pick. Uh, as I'm looking right now, I don't see a ton of games played in the past couple seasons with that Kassadin on Infernal. He's played
I
it a
wonder
couple.
if
He's played a couple times the last couple days or last week or so. He's done really well. The big question is if he's able to keep that lead. He's played it with Exhaust Barrier, but with Summer Spellbook. So I'm curious to see if he actually stays with that route or if he doesn't.
huh. Exhaust barrier, you said? Oh,
Yeah, but
that's
with
really
Spellbook.
interesting.
With Spellbook.
Okay. I kind of like that. That sounds.
Sounds
Do I?
spicy, but
Yeah, it's spicy for sure. But all right, folks, we are going to see how this all shakes out, who goes where in just a minute. Spectator delay is ticking down. We're going to throw it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We are quarterfinals coming up. Welcome back, folks. We are loaded here into game. Looks like we're getting a 5 point defensive formation for everyone.
Yeah, stand 5 point. I noticed something very interesting. We had the double first strike bot lane for RPG running Ezreal, Maokai.
Oh,
They are the first strike brothers, and they will look to cash in on these poke that they have. And
oh, first strike Maokai sounds so obnoxious.
it sounds obnoxious, but is it worth it?
True.
Because nowadays you see a lot more players taking press the attack on Ezreal instead of the first strike. Um, but with the type of comp that Ibiza is running in the bot lane, it's going to be very easy to get these first strike procs off, but they just have to worry about the late game where Addy Sean should be able to run down Stubby very easily with any type of lead. So I'm going to think that RPG X is going to put a lot of emphasis on bot lane, especially with the Maokai on uh, their team, able to, just point and click CC anyone they want.
Yeah, usually the game plan with the Ivern pick is to kind of pick a lane and almost play like we're almost gonna see like a tri lane in bot
Mhm.
probably.
And as we see, Kaiden is going top with them. The Mordekaiser opts to take that into the Jax. So they definitely got a little bit flustered with this draft. They thought the Wukong was going to go top, and
Yeah.
they picked the Mordekaiser to try to beat the Wukong, but then the Jax picks came out, and we see Hyper taking out that Maokai in support. So I think RPG won in this draft. It looks like they DC'd pretty quickly, but they reconnected. And look at this trade already happening in his top lane.
Oh, the Counter Strike lands. The
Yeah,
corrupting pod
Kaiden
is
might have the
running. The
flash
autos
here.
are there.
Oh, he's
Just
good.
the okay.
Yeah,
Just a massive trade up top for Draconus getting level 2 first.
yeah, it's the power that Jax has in this lane. Dragonus does have a lot of playing on these champions, and Kaiden might get kind of flustered against Dragonus.
Oh, Chitin pulled him in, but got the worst of that.
Yeah, the Counter Strike is up, and we talked about this, where the Counter Strike is going to be very obnoxious for Kaiden to play through.
X is coming back. The wave is about to hit the turret, and they're thinking about diving Chitin here.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty quick dive. Kaiden is low. It does have to flash, but it looks like RPGX is still wasting a lot of time up there. They have to make a decision quickly after this wave pushes in, and they're going to go for it.
Goes Counter Strike is in. There's the pull to try to disengage. Shield goes up. Flash goes in. And
And he
Draconus
survived.
gets out.
And, they pulled it off. Lux is roaming up here to, give some support, but, they're going to be able to get out. Kaiden's going to have to lose his flash, lose his life, and just TP back to pick up this farm that's crashing into his own tower.
Oh,
And look, we have mid right here. Inferno has a Wukong behind them, and he's going to
okay.
take a little bit of a trade.
Okay. Just the quick EQ auto combo coming in. Not that bad.
Just taking a little whack to the face. And
Here's I praise God. The Q lands. The shield is onto Inferno SK. Here comes X to join the fight. Fantasy is burning down. The flash in from Cassidon, but doesn't get the kill. X gets I praise God on the back of it, and now Cassidon's walking away.
yeah, and
Just
look what
getting
we
run
have
down.
here.
That's the flash in from X. Red buff's burning.
It's the pot that was just, just taking a little bit, saves Inferno, escapes life, but that's just a great win for RPG, and they are 1k up at about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And all this gold is on RPGX.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want the early game gold to go. Wukong with the level 2 power spike is the quintessential early game champion.
And with that much gold, I expect RPGX to actually look for a back soon, and use this gold to try to affect more of the map. Especially since Inferno is down a flash, Kaiden is still level 5 down a flash, and I Praise God is down a flash. Looking to play a little bit more aggressive, trying to push this lead and create a bigger snowball effect for his own team.
Chitin looks to have a bit of an XP lead onto Draconus. The itemization lead is definitely for Draconus, but there should be a brief window when Mordekaiser gets access to the realm of death that he might be able to try to get a lead over this Jax. But that's going to be kind of rough, kind of tight.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Draconus is gonna actually freeze this and force Chitin to play
Oh,
away from the lane. But yeah, a lot of that lead came from Chitin use of the TP, and Draconus does have his own TP. So we gotta look for a play there that he might look for a quick trade TP back and look for an all-in or something like that, or another freeze.
yeah, there's the level 6 from Draconus first with the good freeze.
Yeah, it's gonna slow push in. It's a massive wave. You don't have the Wukong up there right now. But Chitin will hit level 6 off that wave. So diving a Mordekaiser when Mordekaiser's level 6 is out of the question.
Jump in the auto W, but now Mordekaiser gets the shield, gets the pullback.
hmm
Pretty even trade for being down already.
Even trade, but Dragonus did want to like get that trade off, and he still has the TPs, and there's no reason that he's gonna stay here, especially with that big wave crashing in. So he's gonna end up just TPing back here and look for a play on this half health Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was gonna save the TP to be able to join this play bot, because it looks like RPG is going for a 4-man. There's the flash in from Hyper, the root lands, condemning Ezreal back, but Vayne's burning down. There's a nice disengage from Rel, dodging out of the final spark, and Wukong goes down.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a fight there, but Kain does go down. He does get punished because of Dracona's uses of the TP, coming back with a little more items, more health, and using that advantage to gain a little bit more of a lead. But the bot lane didn't go so hot for RPG.
Yeah, and of all the people, Adishan on this Vayne got that shutdown onto X.
And it stems from having that exhaust, having a little bit more CC, and look what's happening in top lane.
Oh
That is
no,
just such a bad
Draconus is
time.
going for the proxy kill. Gets sent into the Death Realm. Now Chitin's
Whew.
trying to kite. Oh, and Chitin gets the kill.
And look what's happening bot lane after that. Is this the whole
Oh,
team
there's
is
Adishan takes
making
down Hyper, gets the
plays?
shield from Praise. Oh, that
Yeah,
was all
and
Ibiza there.
this is not Ibiza actually making the plays to get these kills. It is actually RPG playing a little bit too greedy, too aggressive, and just throwing themselves at the mercy of Ibiza.
Oh. And we just saw in mid how much tougher it is to gank Inferno SK now that he's got that ult.
Yeah, and after a 2-0 start from the Wukong of X, oh,
Ooh.
oh
Daisy.
my
Ooh.
God,
Daisy was trying to zone, but Fantasy got the snipe on
Stubby getting the kill. We have so
Ibiza
much.
gets number 2. Adishan gets the kill onto Fantasy, but now Inferno SK is running. Infernal Drake is still doing damage.
Yeah, but look who's
But now it
behind. X
resets.
is gonna end up taking this
X
upwards.
shows up. There's the Cyclone. Finishes off Inferno SK.
This is just fighting after fighting. There's no stop to this madness, and they're gonna end up picking up the Inferno Dragon for themselves. So started up by Ibiza, ended up being a throw, and even though each team has says you could have this win, you could have this win, it's now in the hands of RPG. They have a decent gold lead. They have the first dragon. Now let's see what they can do with it.
And you could see they were thinking Fantasy was just going to back off after placing the ward in the pit. They were just like, oh no, Daisy can zone her off. Daisy's got this. But then the laser came through and whew, that was a bigger chunk of damage than I was expecting.
So now, that's a huge wave crashing to top yet again, and right now Draconus has the 20 CS gold lead. That will become like 10 once Kain picks up most of the CS. But a big issue for RPG is gonna be that Vayne, the Adishan 3-1 on this Vayne. We're gonna be doing a lot of damage. They need to make sure that Vayne dies first, or Vayne could just get a pentakill.
Yeah, with 2 supports, it is going to be super tough to actually take Edishan off the map once these fights get going.
Yeah. Few supports. Oh,
There's the
and look.
counter strike coming in. The pull gets Jax under the tower. Now he goes into the Death Realm. The autos are there. The Mordekaiser passive is running, and Draconus flashes into the bush.
Yeah.
They're both
So
walking away.
both ultimates burned there, but the flash is burned by Draconus. The wave is going to be pushing towards Draconus, and we have X in the top side, is taking the Rift Herald right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he just, goes straight top after this, either looking for a dive and using the Rift Herald behind.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense, especially with Hyper coming up.
Yeah.
RPG rotated their mid lane
Hmm.
fully into, or their mid lane to bot and vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Herald. They're
Uh-oh.
already
If you're
cutting off
Kaiden right
their
here, you
retreat.
don't want to be in this situation.
Gets the
Oh!
pull, gets the isolated Q. That tower is going to kill
Oh,
Draconus.
wow!
And he flashes out. And he
Yeah.
gets the flash out of Hyper, too.
And, that's going to be... Oh.
Oh, and now Inferno SK joins the fight. The Q misses for MyPraise. Got it, and the Blast Cone sends Maokai back into Kassadin.
Yeah, so just a little bit of a difference right there. What happened there is that Dragonus got a little bit of, he got a little bit of a trigger finger, right? Looking for the play immediately, took a couple of tower shots and got pulled in by Kaiden and just got absolutely destroyed. And it forced RPG X, burn flash, try to get the kill, and it just looked a very, very botched tower dive.
Yeah. Yeah, Chitin's been playing around tower aggro range really well so far in these trades, with Draconus shoving these giant frozen waves into the tower. Chitin's been consistently being able to pull him in to get at least one tower shot, and that's how he's been really successful in a lot of these trades. And it's just
Yeah.
really clean play.
Yeah, but a big thing to note, X sitting at 4-1. A lot of that gold did go to him for the turret plating as well. So he's sitting at about 1,100. Oh, we have a fight
Ooh,
going
the
on.
stun and the magnet storm come out. They're going on to Hyper, who doesn't have flash, and Waka gets the kill.
Oh, unfortunate. You definitely want to.
Oh, the laser!
it it does not kill Waka, but it's unfortunate. You definitely want to give that to Adishan. Of course, sometimes you can't control it, and we see still the gold lead is about 2k gold, but it's still getting dangerous. RPG is playing a little bit too far up at some points, and it's playing playing a little bit too greedy, I would say.
I think they're playing up so far because they obviously know the pressure of they kind of have to have a lead before level 11 starts hitting for Kassadin and he starts becoming a real menace. And then once they get to that like late game, it's the Ibiza comp is so scary. So I think they're just trying to push it as hard as they can right now.
Yeah, let's just take a good look at how much gold these two First Strike brothers has received from the First Strike. So it looks like Ezreal has gained about 251 gold. Hyper has gained looks like about 196.
Waka gets snared, and that is the final spark out. Got 15 seconds until Mountain Dragon spawn.
Yeah, both teams are looking to make a play, but look at top lane. That's his first tower going down, and a lot of gold going over the Draconus on this Jax, and eventually it's gonna be. Oh, well, he has already finished the Blade of the Ruined King, so it's gonna get pretty tough for Mordekaiser to start dueling.
Especially the difference between Leeching Leer and Riftmaker as an item spike is nowhere near the power spike of the completed Bork.
And this is gonna be a 4v4 fight unless oh, that's a lot of damage coming
Daisy's
out.
in there. I praise God gets low, but it's just gotta throw shields and micro Daisy.
The big thing is that RPG just took full control of that pit. They took control with the poke, the amount of poke that the Lux Ezreal combo, even the Maokai provides in this comp, just forced Waka and I Praise God out of this fight.
And I just noticed X took all that gold he's been getting and went for a first item Serpent's Fang.
That... it's okay. Look at the amount of value you're gonna get though, right? You're gonna
Yeah.
break the shield from the Malk or the Ivern who went Moonstone first. So, and then you have the shield from Cassidon, the Mordekaiser.
Yep.
It's gonna be a lot of value, and I wouldn't be surprised if the shielding reduce is gonna hit like 2,000 to one team fight.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
That's
shielding.
that feels like really smart itemization. I like it a lot.
Yeah, especially because they're so far up right now. The shields can cause a lot of these skirmish fights to go the other way. So breaking these shields before it has a chance to really do some damage, is a good plan. And it's also a pretty cheap item.
Okay. We see some different lane assignments. We've got the mid laners fighting each other in top. The Jax shoving in Inferno SK.
Yeah,
Is Yeah, this Jax is a real menace.
yeah, definitely playing like he's gonna be always ahead, even though he's been
Yeah.
tower diving and losing his life for it. He's still playing very confidently, knowing that he does have a lot of dueling potential. He just wants to put pressure on the map so their team could, get vision around objectives, get vision in the enemy jungle, and try to make plays off that vision.
Bit
Ooh,
of a fight in mid. RPG looks like they want this Herald that's spawning 5 seconds.
yeah. Unfortunately, the second Herald doesn't give as much value as the first one.
Yep.
Surely is doesn't have the opportunity to break down some plates for free gold. So it's going to be more of, using that Herald to break open mid. Taking out mid in this game, especially or any game for that matter, is the ability to push up vision and make plays with that vision in like the enemy red side jungle or enemy blue side jungle, and basically taking control over a quadrant.
Yep.
And we see Jack taking another power in the bot lane. Oh!
Oh, the snare lands. Vayne gets the shield bow proc.
Yeah, the shield bow, and that's why we see a Serpent's Fang coming out.
Yep.
I forgot to mention that, and the locket. So they have a locket used and shield bow that actually had to save the Vayne.
And I didn't even see it, but bigger than the shield bow, they got Adishan's flash.
So he actually
Is
flashed and then flashed into the light binding. If you saw that. So yeah, so Adishan will be down. His summoner will be down for shield bow for a little bit, but I think the biggest thing you have to worry is about the Jackson side wave. Already taking down both his outer turrets in the side lane, so that's a lot of gold onto them. And it's just going to keep getting worse and worse as he's going to get full priority over these side waves, and they're going to have to send one or two people at least to make a play. Oh,
Oh, flash in from Waka. There's the Magnet Storm. They are going for Hyper, who doesn't have flash. The Ignite's burning down. Adishan's throwing out
oh,
Silver Bolt. Blast Cone. Ivern goes for the Q.
he's going to get out, and that's unfortunate.
Oh,
That's a lot of resource expended to try to kill the Ivern, but they will have a little bit of time to try to get control over this river. But unfortunately, there's no objectives to fight over.
Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds, so they've got to start positioning for that, getting vision around that pit.
Yeah, the problem is I believe that Waka didn't have any wards. Um, so they were gonna look for
Mm.
that pick to try to get control of vision, but now Waka is gonna be a little bit late. Oh,
Oh, here comes.
yeah. So I think a big thing to note is that Adishan won't have the ultimate immediately for this fight, but is that gonna be necessary as they're
Wukong
gonna
gets
get collapsed?
taken into the Death Realm. The stun lands flash over the wall, and that's a nice shutdown for Chitin.
Hmm. And they're gonna have to give up with this dragon. They played, it was more of a goon squad where they just wanted to look for a pick, and they got the pick on probably the most important person right now, and it's RPGX taking out the jungler, taking out the most fed uh, player on RPG right now. Well, not actually. I would say Jax is the more fed because of the gold, but by kills and taking out the Serpent's Fang.
He just still has. Oh, that was
Oh,
really close. I was worried about the two
wait.
snipe balls.
Oh, well, they do trade, but that was almost a great play by Inferno. was almost able to get that solo kill.
Oh, Waka goes in for Stubby under the turret. There's the exhaust going down, Magnet Storm, and again, Waka gets the kill.
Yeah, but will Addishon actually die here for it? And it's
Oh,
most likely
Cyclone
that they
comes
both
out.
will.
Yep, there's the Q for this knockup, the Cyclone for the follow-up knockup, and Piper gets, I think, okay, no, just one of those.
Hyper got one of those. Our X got the other. But we see the gold lead about 4.5k gold. But the big thing that we see is that even when Ibiza is able to make these
Ooh,
great plays, is that they're not able to get these turrets because the wave state is never in their favor. And this Baron is being started up.
yeah, the teleport in from Draconis, they are very much committing for this.
Oh, yeah. Light binding
Lux
being
laser
used.
for damage.
This is a big thing. They need to make sure that Mid Militia can't get in here, as we know that he could look for steal very easily.
Yeah, Daisy is getting zoned off by Draconis. The Baron's at under 2,000. It's at 1,000. Maokai is low, and
And
X gets that. They're in the pit. X goes over the wall. All right, all
yeah, so
right.
everyone's able to get over the wall. Lux ends up flashing. I believe Hyper ended up flashing as well. But Baron secured. Let's see how they use this, especially with Dragonus. Able to be in the side wave, has a Triforce completed, has the Blade of the Rune King. They're gonna Ibiza's gonna have to make a decision of what they want to contest, what they want to hold, and make sure their whole base doesn't collapse before they can hit their major power spikes.
Kassadin has gotten level is at 13 right now, so it's we're starting to get to the Kassadin zone.
The
Okay,
biggest thing is
going
that
down.
starting, it's not ending. You need to get
Yeah,
to a point where it's not a winnable contest. Of course, when Kassadin hits level 16, it's always winnable because it's just so much damage coming out. But
yeah.
right now, it looks like RPG is opting to send Lux top to clear this wave, but I want to see a little bit of a 4-1 action coming out with, Ezreal and Lux being in the same area, looking for this pick, looking for a lot of damage that they can push into these towers. Sending Lux by themselves to a top lane could just put them in a vulnerable position, and looks like
Dragonus
Dragonus
jumps onto Chitin.
wants
Nice
to take
pull.
a fight. But yeah, as it stands right now, it looks like it's just gonna be a 1-3-1, and it's a lot of these waves are just gonna actually disappear because you're gonna give Kassadin free time just to CS matching a Lux, which you don't really want to do. You want to bring this Lux mid. You want to look to pressure these turrets instead of just keep trading farm.
Yep. Yeah. I actually really don't like how RPG is playing this. Splitting and not really pushing the advantage they have anymore.
Yeah, see, like a lot of the Baron is already over. I'm gonna guess about half. Oh,
Yeah.
Dragonus
Oh,
is gonna
here's a
actually get
gank from
caught
I
here.
Praise God. Daisy comes out. The Mordekaiser passive is running, but I
Oh.
Praise God takes a ton of damage before Draconus goes into the Death Realm.
And that comes to play where now it's actually a 4v5, especially because with this Baron that was up, it gave Ibiza an opportunity to make a play somewhere else. You know that there's gonna be you saw everybody on the map, you know where everyone is, you have all the information you need to make a play towards bot lane, get that kill quickly without losing anything in return.
And Maokai sapling damage just absolutely denying the flank from Chitin coming in.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm gonna think that Hyper's actually gonna go for the demonic. Oh, Adishon
Well, the
makes
Cyclone
a small
comes in.
mistake
There's
here,
the
and
final
he's
spark.
going to
Adishon is
die
in
for
there,
it.
but goes down. Waka gets the mount. Gets under the turret.
Yeah, Adishon did tumble in, and that was the go button for RPGX, and that means the dragon is most likely going to be secured by RPG. They won't have the 3-3 Vayne to actually help contest this. Yes, it could be a little bit of possibly they could try to, I guess, use Kaien's Shadow Realm to try to take out RPG from the Dragon Pit and look to take a Smite Steal, but I don't think it's going to be a very good. Yeah,
Oh,
never
Inferno
mind.
SK gets tagged by the Lux combo, goes into the stopwatch.
Oh,
And
great
Stubby
timing.
gets that kill.
Yeah, it. they're just able to use these saplings so well to make sure they keep vision and just push out anyone that tries to contest these dragon. And at the same
Thankfully
time,
for Ibiza, they got that third dragon, so this isn't the end of the world. It just makes the next one a must contest.
yeah, and the big thing we've seen before is it makes it a must contest, but sometimes the teams with the three dragons feels like it's a must get or must take. So they take odd fights, they take bad fights to try to get the four dragon no matter
Mm.
what. And they don't look for the other opportunity where, if your wave stays good top, just play a little dragon dance, let your jacks push in top, and if you lose if you give up the fifth dragon and Ibiza picks up the fifth dragon, cool. You let Jax take the inhibitor and you play off
Yeah.
that. You take these wins where one dragon won't change the world for Ibiza, whereas Ibiza needs to probably fight this dragon or else they'll lose Ocean Soul.
And so we've got a Baron coming up in a minute. There's another piece of smart itemization I like coming out of X, picking up the Quicksilver Sash so that Chitin is no longer a counter to him.
I just saw this, but it looks like Stubby picked up the Prowler's Claw on this Ezreal, and that's a very interesting. Oh, Adishon barely getting missed by the light binding.
Draconess level 16, highest in the game by
Yeah.
2.
Even though he's like 2-4 and 2, he's putting a ton of pressure, taking the red buff, and he's looking on
The
Ice
Counter
Praise
Strike
God.
comes in. There's the Death Realm to try to save I Praise God. The damage isn't that strong. But X goes down to Adishon. Jax is still alive.
Jax
Vayne
is
gets
with the
run
triumph.
down.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
final spark
that
goes
was
wide. And yeah, Ibiza's running.
yeah. That's 2 for 1, and that fight was extremely close. They almost were able to take down Dragoness, but the triumph just kept on coming back, and he was able to get a little bit of health back, and they're gonna end up taking this bot lane tier 2 for the troubles, as well as the gold lead, growing to 8.5k. So RPG is able to, will that result in it? No!
Oh, God, Waka right-clicked the rooted target and did not want to go in there, I don't think.
They'll be taking a lot of damage here, and looks like Inferno is as well. So, a lot of the skill shots hitting for RPG, and 2 minutes to the next dragon, and that'll be Ocean Soul. Baron is up. RPG, what are they going to go for now? I'm going to guess they're going to go for this top lane control. They're going to try to get this blue side warded and get full control over it. With this Ezreal, with this Lux, you have so much pick potential. With Maokai, it's basically a death trap if you're able to get full vision and control of this topside blue
Yeah.
for RPG.
Yeah, the long range, just the zone control that this RPG comp has is, like, Ibiza just hasn't had an answer for it at all so far.
It's basically they wanted to play for getting that late game where you have the Vayne, you have just hard engage and a lot of sustain for a Vayne just to kill everyone. But the problem is that a lot of these lane states have been terrible. You see how many turrets that Beezus has taken down, and it's only one. Because every time they won something, every time they won a fight, the enemy minions are pushed up to their turret, and there's no time to take the turrets or get vision control because they usually expended all that before the fight even happened.
Looks like they kind of baited CB into getting vision control around the Baron and dropped all their control words and all the saplings. There's a bush with at least 3 saplings.
A big thing that CB is going to do here, they're going to trade the soul for the Baron, and they're going to try to get the level 16 casted and get the play here. But here's the big problem: the magic shred and everything like that will burn CB Ibiza, so a fight can break out, and this could be very, very bad for both sides if it goes poorly.
Got a 5v5 Daisy zoning. There's the True Shot Barrage coming through. Here comes the final spark. Hits nobody. X is in the pit, and it goes to Inferno SK.
The Baron
Adishon
does go down,
does
but
go
what happens
down.
after? Stubby is still
No,
alive.
it's looks like Ezreal's in the death realm.
Oh, but you
Oh,
know, the
we've got
cleanup is about to happen. It looks everyone's going down. Kai'Ten is the only one
Mordekaiser's
remaining.
getting it. Oh,
They got the Baron, but what of it? Everyone loses. They basically just got 1,500 gold in their pocket and, you know, an extra 400 gold. But the
yep.
Ocean Soul will be going down. Looks like Dragoness is going to go for that inhibitor. That's a lot of map control just gone for Ibiza. Well, they never had a lot of map control. They made the play, and it almost worked out, but the problem is that they funneled themselves into one place, and Jax just cleans up.
Yeah. For a second, I believed in Kai'Ten going in there with the passive going, Conqueror fully stacked. I thought he was going to be able to sustain through that fight, but that just did not happen.
I like the play that
Adish,
you know, RPG made right there as well is you know, sending the Jax to take the inhibitor. A lot of times you would see like everyone go Ocean Soul, but no,
yep.
they realize like we don't need everyone to go for it. Let's take control of something else. So they get the inhibitor, they get the Ocean Soul, and now they, you know, are full control of this game.
So far, Adishon's been having a rough time trying to get through this bullet hell that, that RPG have on the map. That was another fight that probably could have gotten carried by this Vayne. Now with 3 items,
Yeah,
but
but
just
the thing
going
is,
down in that short range.
look at the dive that we see from RPG. Um,
Yeah,
but just note, we see Cassin did hit level 16, so we just gotta watch out for if a good fight plays out for Ibiza, Cassin could get a, you know, easily kill 3 or 4 members, and the game could just swing just like that. The big thing I did realize is that we do see the, you know, the double Triforce. Looking for a lot
yep.
of damage in this comp. They feel like they need to go it, but we've seen multiple times where RPG X just gets absolutely blown up because of, you know, the not that much tankiness in this build.
Speaking of tankiness, Jax picked up a GA, so
Hmm.
that is they have already such a tough time actually killing him, but then throw on the Mountain Soul and then the GA with it. Oh,
Hmm.
the Condemn just misses that wall.
Yeah, this purchase was definitely to, you know, try to win the game off of one team fight because that GA can just play into is like, oh, you have to kill Jax twice. And
Exactly.
you know, another if they're able to immediately kill Jax once, then the fight could end and, you know, the game stalled out even more. But second inhib goes down, and now RPG is looking to put their sights on the third inhibitor, and it's gonna be a top lane inhibitor. Their waves are pushed out, but in the meantime, they'll just take everything in the jungle, get some vision, and, you know, it's gonna increase their lead even more.
The 2 lanes of supers pushing in do give that's a lot of gold that's going to get funneled into the CBI base. So we're going to see
Oh,
Vayne
that
pick
could
up
have
some
been.
stacks.
Yeah, we're gonna see Vayne, you know, clearing these, but the big thing is that it would need to be, you know, Vayne mostly there. You're not gonna see Ivern clearing these super minions. You're not gonna see Frel clearing these super minions. It's gonna be Vayne and, you know, Cassin. Even Cassin is gonna have a little bit of a hard time clearing it.
Yep.
So Vayne's gonna be, you know, predominantly needing to clear these supers.
We're
Oh,
looking at a 5v5. There's the
ooh,
final spark and the true shot barrage. Those are both down, but now
wow!
Waka is getting jumped by Dragoness. All
Locket
those
burned.
shields though.
Yeah, Locket burned. Oh my god, that's a lot. Hills going down.
Yeah.
And as we see it, oh, looks like Waka's gonna be looking to make a play here.
Anishan
And
stepped up.
oh, that
There's the
is
Magnet Storm and the Maokai ult lands. Final Spark comes on through Cyclones under the turret. Draconess is diving the turret too. Gets the kill onto Adishon. Is still tanking the turret.
yeah, and you know he's had GA, but it's not even procced, and that will be pretty much the game because, you know,
Yep.
the Waka looked for a desperation play, but ended up getting picked. The Magistorm did one, and it was just kind of a forced fight, but they need to do something because they understand that the super minions are crashing through a base. It's now or never, and we're gonna go to a game 2 RPG. You know, shutting up the haters. They are looking to advance to semifinals with a game 1 win.
Ooh. Yeah, taking out all the Sticking it to all the tournament favorites. Uh, yeah, that's a good win. They looked really clean. They were never behind in that match.
Alright, but it's the good win, and hopefully we see we're gonna see a good series. You know, usually you don't see Ibiza gonna be put down and be going to go down 3-0. But if RBG is able to, win 3-0, then this could be a very lethal team going into semis. And if people are doubting them, and I have doubted them. I doubted them last week.
Yep.
They can be very lethal, and I you can see the power of how much pressure they put. Even though they look like they're taking bad trades, a lot of time that they just keep control of the pressure, and the pressure is everything to them. And they make plays off the pressure. They got the dragon, they got the soul, they got a bunch of turrets, and that equated to a lot of gold.
Their gold total is almost fantastic. 66,661.
Oh,
They're
wait,
5 gold off
wait, for RPG?
for RPG, yeah.
For me, it's saying 66,656.
Oh, that's super weird. How do we have 5 gold difference?
Hmm, something's not right here.
Oh, that makes no sense.
5 gold has gone missing.
All right. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to throw to a quick break while we get into lobby and get draft set up for game 2. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting into draft for game 2. If you're just tuning in, RPG Gaming is 1-0 over CB Ibiza.
Did you say
Uh,
RPG gaming?
I did.
The RPG, the Red Panda Gaming, but yeah, 1-0. you know, Ibiza still don't have their first three bans, and it can come to bite them in the butt. As you know, we saw a lot of problems that they might not want to face. The Jacks being one of them, but they do get the red side, and having the red side counterpick on R5 might be what they want, and that's definitely going to go top.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly what I was figuring. They need to try to find a way to stop Draconus from running amok over the map.
Yeah, I mean, his even though like I said before, his score might have not shown it early on, but he was just creating havoc, just creating pressure and just beyond belief. And I think that's where CP Ibiza got flustered. But we see the Lilia, the Udyr, and the Senna getting banned out first. So RPG might be looking for uh, another pick here. I'm gonna wonder if they actually picked the Wukong first.
Really see a reason to not. X did super good. It's still a flex between top and jungle, so it makes Ibiza's draft that much harder. And just comfort wise, with the Udyr out, it feels like they're trying to push I Praise God towards that Ivern again.
Yeah, and the Wukong does get picked first, but Poppy to actually counter, and that's gonna be a Poppy jungle most likely. I do like Poppy. I think it's very good in some situations. Will they lock it in?
Thinking about it,
Thinking about it.
I love this champion, by the way. And she
Yeah,
just got buffed today. She has the W cooldown for the anti-mobility aspect. It has a shorter cooldown, and she gets better knockup on the Snapcast
yeah,
Q, I
yeah,
believe.
yeah.
Or
So
the Snapcast R.
yeah, and so even the knockback distance is higher. It's about 1,000 higher. So, if you could take out somebody from the fight, and they won't be able to immediately come back in the fight. So this could be a big difference maker in a lot of these master team fights. But the Poppy Ash being taken, I'm gonna guess that Poppy is gonna be used as flex as the top jungle to
Yep.
making sure that where depending where the Wukong goes. But as it stands, I'm thinking that they're gonna plan to put the Poppy in the jungle unless they know for a fact that Wukong's on top.
And RPG is just drafting the exact same thing.
Drafting exact same thing, and round two, CB might opt to just ban the Jax, just denying the possibility of the same exact comp coming out. But the Ash being taken with more utility than the Vayne, being able to make these long range engages, playing a little bit more of a you know engage style A carry, which is weird to say, but yeah.
That's a Renata Glask is the pick.
Okay, so yeah, Renata's picked third for CB Ibiza. So Ash Renata, that's gonna be fun to watch, but there
All
goes the
right.
Jax fan.
Like you said. So do you think the Lux is worth taking out of the lobby?
I think they want to bait the Lux pick out, honestly. I think they're gonna expect that Lux might be taken, and if they do, uh Titan might opt to pick like a Diana here or something to you know, possibly play against the Lux. I think it's a big thing is I looked at Inferno SK's champions that they end up picking. They pay a lot of mid lane champions. So I'm gonna be I'm kind of wondering what they decide to do here.
I'm curious about the Swain ban because I know that Chitin plays it. I saw Inferno SK put in one game on it earlier, and I just saw a notification. I don't know if it's live in the game, but they did they're hot fixing Swain to be a little tankier. And I think RPG just don't want to deal with that champion, whether it's strong or not today.
Yeah, they did actually Swain hotfix. They did make him a little bit more tankier. So what they did is they increased the base armor 3 and then movement speed by 5. So
Yep.
it's okay.
All right.
It's
So we've
not a
got Tom
big
Kench.
it's not like an insane hotfix where you're just like, "Oh my god, They just
I
gave
mean,
back 5 million HP.
armor feels good when the champion's all about building HP and then gaining bonus HP from the pull. But we can talk about Swain if he gets picked.
Yeah, Swain does get banned, so I'm gonna guess that Swain. We're not gonna see a lot of Swain today unless someone's feeling a little bit of confident in themselves. But Ivern being taken, so that's gonna be another Maokai support, and everything is almost the same except the Wukong for RPGs is actually gonna go top. Ivern is actually gonna go jungle, unless they go Ivern support, and then everything's out of whack again. But Maokai support, Ivern jungle, and they're gonna give Dragonus the Wukong top, which I thought he was gonna take in the first game, but ended up taking the Jax because he likes those carry champions anyway.
And Chitin wants to that pick really wants to take the game into their own hands, taking this Echo, going for the aggressive pick.
Yeah, so we see the Tom Kench, and the minute that they picked Tom Kench, I think they opted to send the Wukong top because they know that it's either going to be a Poppy top or a Tom Kench jungle, which won't happen. So it's going to be a Tom Kench top and a Poppy jungle, which is a better lane for Wukong because you don't have to play against something that could stop you from dashing. It's still a very annoying lane though. If you're Tom Kench, you can just slap somebody and just like destroy them with your auto attack. So I'm curious to see if Draconess is going to have the same kind of pressure as they did last game with this pick. But
Yeah.
overall, the comp is mostly the same, besides the having the Jax, and Jax was a big part of their damage last game.
Yeah, and the Ivern pick for X when he got so much done being very aggressive and just outputting a lot of damage, getting those kills, that's going to be a very different just presence for RPG.
Yeah, I mean, he got a lot done early. Like, he got a couple kills early, but we did see him falter a little bit. And it kind of came down to the soldiers of Stubby, and Draconus and TSL Fantasy for the damage. So I think his build was a little off. I think he could have went Sunder. He could have went a little bit more of a tanky build after he went that Serpent's Fang and just
Yeah.
been able to keep procking the Serpent's Fang. But instead he went a little bit more damage heavy, and which resulted in him dying almost immediately in these fights, not able to getting a lot of his damage off.
One thing I really like about the RPG draft here is that they really only have Wukong for the melee range. So it's going to be really tough for Waka to get any value out of the Renata Glask alts.
Yeah, I think it's mostly for the all-ins. You're gonna see Ash looking for the picks. It's a lot of this comp for Ibiza is going to be picks. They're going to look
Yeah.
to get picks with Echo. They're going to look to get picks with Tom Kench, the Ash, Crystal Arrow. Um, so Renata is mainly there for any type of over aggressiveness from RPG Cubs. And if we see Wukong and Maokai just jump in, you're gonna see kind of a disengaged type of play from CB Ibiza, which they could try to make into a skirmishing type play of killing the backline while it's happening. But definitely two different comps we see. Even though RPGs, like I said, for the same champions, their overall game plan is completely different.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The impact just yeah, so much less that X can do solo, and it changes the overall the vibe of the composition.
The thing is, you usually see like an Iron picked with a hyper carry, like a Jinx, for example.
Yep.
So seeing the Iron being chosen is pretty interesting. I'm guessing he felt a little pinched. I see he's been playing Iron a lot recently, but some of his main champions play as Diana Cade. You're not gonna pick Diana against Poppy usually. Lily
Yep.
was banned. Graves, I think they felt like that wasn't needed, so I think he opted to go for more utility on this comp. Uh, I don't think it was more of a takeaway, but he's been spamming Ivory quite a bit these last 2 days.
I mean, they knew they were going against Ibiza. They knew it was likely going to show up on the map with I Praise God. I think it's his most played champion this season. So having it as a takeaway pick, being able to contest in draft is important. But like for a Diana Kane player, Ivern is so the polar opposite of what
Yeah.
they're used to doing.
So yeah, I mean, I praise God played an absolutely crap ton of Ivern, but as you mentioned, I think X has been practicing mostly as a takeaway pick, as you said.
Yeah.
But how much of that experience is going to come to you in 2 days of playing Ivern? And even though it's a takeaway pick, will this be more of a hindrance to this comp, which it doesn't make sense in this comp mostly? And will they end up faltering and it might be going for a Biza game too?
So we are going to throw this to a brief break while spectator delay ticks down and we get loaded up into game. Don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to see how game two between RPG Cubs and CB Ibiza goes. Welcome back from that quick break, everyone. We are loaded into game, and both teams look like they are lining up defensively.
Yep, staring 5 point. Looks like RPGX is gonna look for a ward. Oh, yep, it does get a little bit of vision onto the red buff of I Praise God, but I Praise God does have a sweeper, so that's gonna be a little bit of gold and XP going into his pocket. But another thing
Go.
to note is that Stubby this game is gonna opt to go for the Conquer playing against Ash. You're not gonna get a lot of first strikes stacks.
Yep. Yeah, the volleys are super obnoxious to try to first strike. Hyper
Oh,
still has it.
Hyper got some money in his pocket, but that's the sapling, which we saw cause so many issues last game for CP Ibiza, and their idea of how to stop it is going for more of higher damage comp, or not higher damage, higher CC comp with more pick potential. So they're gonna look for these like picks before these fights even start.
God, this level 1 damage is so obnoxious.
Yeah, and early on it's gonna be really annoying if you're Echo playing against Lux, and Lux does have a lot of damage early on. And so Kaiden's gonna be pushed out a little bit, but once Kaiden gets some levels, he's gonna be looking to take some trades against TSL Fantasy.
It's always really interesting to me to see Echo go into this long range composite, into these long range lanes. That Ivern comes in, gets the root onto Adishan, but now the trade back's coming in.
Yeah, but doing that, what happens is that you're gonna lose your top side. Yes, you take the enemy blue buff, but a good chance that I Praise God is gonna take the blue buff of RPGX, and it's gonna take the Gromp. But we see the pings actually come out, and they are gonna look to collapse immediately on I Praise God. But let's see if he decides to greed for a Gromp or just get out. And he's debating on it, but
Yeah.
he he ends up just getting out. So looks
The
like
big thing with that is that it disrupts the flow of the Ivern jungle clear, because usually he's another trade up in top. Rakan goes in with the decoy. The
and that could be
stacks are on.
a.
Oh,
If that stun didn't hit, that's gonna be a forced flash on for Tompkins. But Tompkins gonna be able to just walk out just a little bit, heal up just a little bit from the great health, and it's gonna come back and have another round of fighting.
yeah. But yeah, just back to the Ivern real quick, because usually what that champ does is he tags the camps on the one side, then goes tags the camps on the other side, then picks up the camps on the one side. But going just from buff to buff to buff puts him really far behind in the jungle clear, where he otherwise has like just a really fast jungle clear that he can get a ton of gold and get out on the map. And he's down a good amount on I Praise God so far as a
Yeah,
result.
showing bot lane. I didn't see if they actually, if CP Ibiza actually saw that Ivern was on their own blue buff, but that could have been a very easy 3 camp for Ivern, which puts a Poppy jungle very far behind. So going for that level 2 didn't get anything done, and it actually created a little more, I guess, presence for I Praise God.
We're looking for here. Just miss him. Checking
Yeah,
all the camps, getting vision. Now
and
X is gonna get first sight. There's the root
yeah,
landing
and
onto.
let's see what happens here. TSL Fantasies actually has low
Oh,
managed to stun
flash
the
into
thing.
the charge. Flash doesn't hit the wall, and the ignite
What?
goes down from Kite.
Hold up, that that is so unfortunate. The heroic charge actually didn't stun TSL Fantasy against the wall. Oh,
Inferno SK got the stun under turret and
hold up.
top, and
I just gotta
Draconis
be a
had to flash
little
out.
bit careful here, but look at top lane. Inferno SK is actually gonna go for this kill, possibly with the.
Oh, the W in, the decoy
Oh,
out.
yeah, the Abyssal dive.
Okay.
Catching the decoy, but Draconis definitely doesn't have as much pressure as he did last game. Playing against Tom Kench, playing against a champion that is so tanky, does so much damage, is so annoying to play against, is creating a little bit of issues for this carry style top laner.
Yeah, the Tom Kench ability to just sit and be a brick wall in lane is uh, not shockingly higher than Cassidon's.
Hmm. And that's the change that CB has made is try to get a little bit more potential in this top lane, not looking for a straight carry or dueling to beat Dragonus, but more of annoying brick to make him not be able to do anything early. And we do see in this game, it feels like CB has a little bit more control. Bot lane has a lot more push. Stubby and Hyper both lower on mana, and mid lane we saw, which almost was a kill for CB Ibiza, going to their favor as well. The CS though, is actually in favor of Dragonus in fantasy.
Okay. Mostly evens out. There's less than 100 gold
Mhm.
difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it's
And
not much, and a lot of that gold is because of a jungle. We do see RPGX
yeah,
down about 3 camps. So that level 2 gank put him down pretty significantly. Oh,
Chitin gets level 6 and dives on in. There's the damage coming out,
but
but
look
no
what's happening
chrono
bot lane,
check.
and we just see 2 pings coming down of Poppy and Echo looking to make this play on the bot lane, but it was also pinged out, and nothing more will happen from that.
Yeah, they did get the flash out of Adishan, so Ash is gonna have to watch out when X shows back up in bot.
Yeah, a big wave is going to be crashing in mid lane. It's probably a good chance for TSL Fantasy to actually take a back here. They're sitting at 766 gold, but they can't really walk up because of the vision control that CP has in this river. TSL Fantasy
They go
also
back.
has
If they go
sprint though.
back now, though, it gives up the dragon,
They have
and I
TP.
praise God is starting it anyways.
So they have TP, but with how much mana that TSL Fantasy had, they had to go back anyway. So having this TP is actually gonna allow them to potentially contest it if they did it a little bit earlier. But with the bot lane backing for a stubby Hyper, this is gonna gone dragon.
A good dragon to grab. That hex tech is very strong.
Yeah, definitely of just individual dragons. The hex deck is does wonders for every champion. Dragon is taking a
Trade in top.
fight, but look at that damage. The grass deck is just doing so much damage.
Yeah, the grass trades from Tom Kench are they feel so impactful.
Hmm.
It's just not fair. It doesn't feel fair when you're running into it and you're pressing all your buttons, doing your combos, and he just hits
Oh,
you.
looks like it's
Oh,
all
there's
in.
Daisy. There's the shield. There's the Cyclone. Another knockup from Daisy. The flash out from Inferno SK. The shield comes
They're gonna
up.
go for this, and will they get
They're
it?
tanking the turret.
Oh,
That's
that's gonna
three
be just
shots.
an
Oh, here
overstay.
comes I Praise God. First blood onto X, and second blood goes onto Draconus. They
They
were so
decided
thirsty.
they just tunneled. They were like, we would need this kill, and look what happened. They both gave their lives. Not only did they, give up 2 kills, it was 2 kills to a Poppy, 2 kills to the I Praise God, and with that kill, they could easily just, look to control their map because they will be so tanky in this entire game. And look what's happening top lane.
Oh,
TSL
now
Fantasy is the
Fantasy got the thirst. There's the Snapcast ult for the knockup. The W from Tom Kench doesn't land. He misses the wall on the charge, though.
oh, wow. I'm curious to see if there's some kind of issue with Poppy wall hits, but yeah, I wonder what's happening there.
Yeah, is it just bad luck? Is it a little bit of unfamiliarity? There's the flash engage from Hyper in bot lane. The exhaust goes down. There's the heal. Now Adishan's kiting forward. The damage getting traded forward. The W from Renata
Bail
Glass
out.
making all the difference. Hyper gets the return kill though.
Yeah, the bailout saved Addison's life. The kill does go over to Waka, but
Oh,
that
here
could have been
comes.
a 2-0 for Stubby, Hyper, and Spot lane. But
Oh, and
on the other side
Chitin
of the map,
grabs Fantasy with the ignite.
yeah, Kain takes 1 kill for himself. So all in all, Ibiza is having a 1.3k gold lead. A lot of this map control is on Ibiza's side. Yes, it was pretty even early throughout the game in terms of gold, but it feels like Ibiza is just all over the place right now.
Oh.
Meaning that they're not all over the place. They it feels like I praise gods everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, which for having tier 1 boots versus the Mobies for X, that's impressive.
hmm You know, the right now the CS is pretty even across the map. But look what the gold is right now. So the only kill the RPG has is on the Maokai. Luck opting to buy a call, which is actually very interesting. You don't see that very often.
I don't like that into a post 6 Echo. Uh, the freedom to just farm safely and take the cull and finish the cull is going to be pretty limited. Like that cull is going to finish at 175 CS, which is a bit late for that item.
Yeah, and at that point, you're gonna see a lot more of these plays towards the dragons. The next dragon's gonna be an Infernal Soul. We're not gonna see an Infernal Soul, or we're not gonna see a Hextech Soul. It's gonna be most likely it's gonna be a Mountain or a Cloud. Oh, we have a
Oh,
playing the bot lane, and
the Poppy
Hyper.
ult away on the Ezreal. Now Hyper is left all on his own. There's the
Oh,
Renata
that's
Blast
great
ult.
X. Oh, yeah, that ultimate from Renata, secures kill. Now they're gonna pop the rip, and this is a lot more gold going into the pockets of CP. And this 2k goldie is about to become about almost 3k. It's about 2.5 right now.
Okay, all the gold from that charge did go to Adishan and Waka. They got 160 apiece. I praise God got out of range.
hmm So that was also, the cleanse of Ezreal. And look at the pressure. We saw this last game, but for the opposite side, right? We
Yeah.
saw Draconus pressure top lane very heavily, and this Tahm Kench is wreaking havoc. If RPG loses this game, I think they need to take this Tahm Kench away.
That's I see. I don't even like RPG going for the Tom Kench with how hard of a carry Draconus is. I think they want him on just a high damage, high like map pack champion, something like the Wukong, something like the Jax,
hmm
and the Tom Kench would be out of character.
Yeah. So no, I mean, yeah, but so Draconus is loves to play the Jax, loves to play the Wukong, and they kept in mind the Wukong first pick, knowing that it's probably gonna go top. They want that matchup, and that Crystal Arrow barely misses.
Yeah, just went wide on Stubby.
But right now, looks like Inferno is gonna be played a little bit more safe. Draconus had a chance to come back. The jungle is just disappearing for RPGX. Everything's being taken away, and gold lead is only 2k, but the amount of pressure that RPG feels like they're down like 6k.
Yeah, the map state is Inferno SK wanted that devour onto Draconus there.
Yeah, and then Draconus actually used the Warrior Trickster to get out of that Devour. The Devour didn't go on cooldown, so you know he might look for another play.
Hiding in the brush, goes in with the decoy. There's the Cyclone. The charges are stacking on the Devour. Flash out from Inferno SK, and Draconus gets the kill with the follow-up flash.
Yep, he looked for the play. He got the first initial trade-off onto Inferno. Inferno SK did play a little too aggressive, not knowing where Draconus is and that all-in potential. But look what's
There's
happening right here.
looking for revenge, as is I praise God. The decoy comes out. There's the W. There's the ignite, and Chitin gets the kill.
Yeah, and it might have been miscommunication of where the possibility Kain could have been. TSL Fantasy is on the turret, but Kain picks up another kill, and we might see a one-shot Echo coming out in this game because having 2 kills is pretty dangerous.
Yeah. We saw X show up in bot lane with Daisy in tow, but absolutely nothing comes of it.
I mentioned this earlier. If the Ivern seemed out of place in this comp, and
Yeah.
I feel like you can see a little bit as to why. It feels like X doesn't know what to do in this game.
Yeah.
Where to pressure, what to do, because you can't play off one of the carries. You can have a lane of Ezreal and Lux, and a lot of damage is hitting these skill shots, and you don't have that late game Jinx or Vayne to play off of. Yes, Draconus could be someone you can play off of, but he's not playing off him that well. And plus, they're going over against a Tahm Kench, and we saw what happened when they tried to dive a Tahm Kench.
Yeah. Yeah, that disastrous dive was something they do not want.
Hmm. And looks like Draconus has
Nice
his Thunder.
decoy.
Oh,
Yeah,
Inferno
with the
is going to go for
Sunder
this.
complete. Here's the
Mhm.
all-in for the Tahm Kench. They're going for this 1v1. Cyclone comes out. Wukong gets
Uh,
devoured. A bunch of damage, but Draconus gets the kill.
yeah, and
Now
oh,
Chitin goes under turret. Final Spark
oh,
comes out. Flash in from Hyper. There's the Chrono Break from Echo, but into a snare from the Ivern
yeah. In
before
the
Fantasy
meantime,
gets it.
though, bringing Hyper up there is gonna put Stubby in a bad
Ooh,
spot. It's gonna. Oh,
beautiful dodge on the charge from Poppy.
yeah, that arcane shift taking them out of harm's way, but it's that was an interesting series of events in mid lane. They're gonna end up getting that tower in the bot side, but it's gonna be traded for the mid tower. So all in all, only a 1.5k gold lead, but it could spiral right now.
Hey, there we go. I praise God finally hit a
Yeah.
wall. Trade back
Oh,
damage, charging up the ult,
yeah.
doesn't land on Hyper.
Well,
Adishan gets the kill, and I kind of like that better.
yeah, you don't want to hit that ultimate. Why? Because if it doesn't kill, you just saved him. So, yeah. So I think I praise God realized that and it was like, you know what? I need to miss this. And during the meantime, RPGX actually tried to go for the Rift Herald, but with no backup, they have to get pushed off of it. And this whole time, I praise God has been, looking for plays, looking to
Yeah.
get these lanes ahead. RPGX, uh, even when they're looking for objectives, it's just getting contested by the opposite side of the map, and we see a completely different RPG team than we saw in first game one, where they were looking for hyper aggressive plays. This game, they're just, playing very scared, in my opinion.
Yeah, even just starting that Rift Herald, like he put Daisy on cooldown. She's about to
Uh-oh.
expire. Oh, there goes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but the knockup lands, and that's Fantasy going down before the dragon spawns.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, actually, and
Oh,
Dragon's
Wukong
is
goes
here.
in, there's the Cyclone, there's I Praise God with the Poppy disrupting everything, but it's a big clump, and Adishan's just free firing on the back end. Inferno SK gets the knockup onto Stubby. There's the flash in. Ivern gets stunned onto the wall. Flash is out. They're hunting though. Here's Inferno SK. The blast cone gets an Ivern to safety. The volley doesn't land. And I Praise God starts the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and all in all, it's a 3 for 3, but control for CB. We did see a decent re-engage from Dragonus, able to get a couple of major knockups, but unfortunately, CB is just too tanky. But
Ooh.
oh,
X shows up with Daisy off cooldown. That's just
oh,
a clean W. Nice
goodbye
Poppy
Hyper. Hyper is gonna take a quick base with the with the Poppy just assisting with that to keep his verdict, throwing them back towards their own nexus.
I
But
wonder if I Praise God knows the Poppy ult can be canceled for a stiff refund on cooldown as of this patch.
yeah, it does go back down to 15 seconds. It went from 30 to 15, so that's a pretty crazy refund. The one thing you gotta note is that that's 3 dragons. Uh,
Yup.
and oh, Dragonist was looking for a quick trade there, but 3 dragons. Ocean Soul is the play. So let's see what actually happens here.
Yeah, that fourth dragon's gonna be spawning at around 23, 24 minutes.
Yeah, you see the Ocean Soul, and you see Poppy, you see Tahm Kench, and you see all these champions, and you're just like, oh no, if we give that up, it's going to be extremely hard to kill him. We're already having trouble, it's going to be even worse.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul would be just absolutely insane on this Ibiza comp. The big thing I think RPG has going for them is Draconus in this side lane on the Wukong. He's just slowly been getting stronger and stronger, and like you can see as soon as he finished the Sunderer, he stopped losing trades entirely against Inferno SK, and even taking that trade with Kite and just getting the jump from a bush, Wukong's doing a lot of damage.
Hmm. And it's gonna come down to uh, basically who gets to jump on the other team first. If
Yep. Oh, there's
RPG,
the enchanted crystal arrow, but it gets
oh,
immediately cleansed. The snare or the stun on Hyper lands onto the wall. Hyper's God gets the kill with the Poppy ult
the
snipe.
keeper's verdict just made the verdict. They're guilty and they are dead. But wow, I actually I don't think I've seen a Poppy ultimate kill somebody in a long time. So that was pretty interesting to watch. But as I was mentioning, it's gonna be like whoever gets to jump on the other team first, especially with how much damage. Oh,
There's the Poppy W to stop the decoy out from Draconus. He's still going for it though. The Cyclone comes out. There's charge number 2. The Devour from Inferno SK spitting him out towards the bot lane.
oh,
Here
and we get
comes
the
Daisy.
re-engage
Here
here.
comes Stubby. Inferno SK goes down, and now I Praise God is running for it. The Renata Glask ult came through, but went totally wide.
Yeah, and that's where the Shurelya's battle song just, came in clutch as RPGX was able to get there very quickly and using the shield to protect Draconus from dying and also helping them kill Inferno SK.
Oh, a
So
long time, but yeah, Draconus living through that. I mean, the Conqueror, the Sunderer.
that's where you see like the champion. You have a Tom Kench and a Poppy. They're not gonna do a lot of damage to you, especially when you have a Divine Sunder and Conqueror. So
Yeah,
being able to like live that long is gonna happen, and not having any kind of like major damage to
Titan
take that
getting jumped
quick
by
kill.
Draconus. There's the Chrono Shift, but there's
Oh
2 red pandas there. Now 3, and Draconus gets the kill.
yeah, it's just I can't move, and Titan just felt that and is gonna take a quick base. And right now, it feels like RPG is making these plays together as a team. Getting these quick picks with uh, Draconus, Ivern, and Hyper. Just they feel like they can now start contesting a lot more stuff.
Yeah. It looked for a second like they were putting resources top,
Mhm.
and they were maybe thinking of doing the same Baron for Dragon Soul trade that CBI went for in game 1. But
Yeah,
now
but
they are all gathering up around this Dragon Pit.
yeah, I don't think they want to give up that Ocean Soul. Top lane is pushing in favor of RPG, and they're gonna look to see a fight here, and this could result in not just the dragon, it could result in a Baron depending how one side of the team fight is. So this is a game-changing fight right here.
Chitin is still not there. He's about to join it. Draconus got out of base a little bit quicker. They're pinging Chitin.
Yeah, and we see actually I praise God looking for this flank right here, and
Oh, coming in, there's the Keeper's Verdict. Just knocks away Daisy. There's the Maokai ult coming through. Daisy is back with the snapback. Decoy into Cyclone on the whole CBI team. The final spark comes through, only tags Waka. Draconus gets the first kill as Waka goes down, and Hyper gets taken out in return.
oh,
Wukong
they got
in the back
stunned, and that will beat them going down. Wow, that's a 4-for-1 in favor of RPG, and the only person still alive is I praise God, so I don't think they'll be able to go for the. Actually, they actually might be able to go for this Baron if they choose to. They still is a
Oh yeah.
long death timer.
Yeah, 4 alive. They've got Daisy to tank the Baron. They've got shields from 2 of them, and they've got the Wukong and the Ezreal damage. This should be a Baron for RPG.
Yeah, I mean the only problem is you have the TP on for Tom Kench. You haven't started it, and they opted not to go for it. It was a very short timer. If they were able to take down I Praise God, I think they would have went for it. But it's kind of a little too risky to go for a play like this, especially when you're sitting on almost 4K gold as a team.
All right. I can appreciate the safer play here, the smarter just go back, spend all those stacks of gold they just got and come back and do like they'll still likely get the Baron having just soundly won that team fight.
Yeah, I think that team fight was more scattered. And for CPI, they didn't know what to do because Dragonus was actually able to get to the back line. Even through that berserk, the
Yep.
Renata ulti actually didn't affect him, and he was able to basically one shot Waka and just create havoc in the back line, letting the rest of his team play front to back, and eventually taking the win in that team fight.
Yeah, I think the key there was I Praise God was really looking to get one of the red pandas out of the fight before that started. But when it just tagged Daisy, they were in a bit of a precarious spot.
Yeah. And something to note is that it looks like Inferno is actually going for a high armor, build.
Yep.
And you look at the type of comp uh that RPG has, and they have a lot of magic damage. You see Lux, you see Ezreal, you see Maokai. They have a lot of magic damage on their comp, and so even if Dragonus is not going for Inferno, which he's not going to look for these Inferno in these team fights. He's going to go look for Adishan, look for Waka, look for these easy kills. He's just gonna get melted as a frontliner against these magic dealers, as we see in the
Yeah,
top
that's
lane right.
yeah, exactly. The slow, long, drawn out fight. But yeah,
Oh, what you
Inferno
actually, if Lux is able to hit a light binding right there, that's a dead Top Kench.
goes for the final spark, but yeah, that wasn't gonna kill from half health.
Uh-oh. Kind of will most likely die here.
Oh,
Wow.
going down in bot lane. Yeah, directed camera was showing me them clearing out vision in the Baron pit.
Yeah, so, with Kaiden down, that's 38 seconds for them to make a play. The TP is up for the Wukong here, so the Baron will be started up, forcing CBI to make a play. And it's either you lose your tier 2 tower, or you contest Baron and probably lose a 4v5.
Especially with Chitin not having teleport, I don't think there is
Yeah,
any way they can.
and we
All right,
see
I
I
like the
praise God.
hostile takeover
Yeah.
as the attempt.
Yeah, we see I Praise God going for the bot lane, so that Baron is 100% God, and Dragonus is actually doing so much damage to I Praise God right now. So while he was struggling early, the minute, like you said, uh, he got that Divine Thunder, it just changed completely. Not just that, he has the Black Cleaver, so this all his armor that Inferno is building is gonna do nothing against him.
Yep. I don't like when Inferno is pretty starved for gold.
Hmm.
Finishing the Thorn Mail from the Bramble Vest can just get so much more impactful use of the gold than completing that item.
Yeah, and next
Especially,
next up for Dragonus is probably gonna be that Death Stance, and
yep.
that stance is insanely good item. It's very strong, and you already have trouble killing him now. You're gonna have trouble killing him even more with that item. So next up on the plate is gonna be that dragon, and right now it feels like RPG is just in the driver's seat with this 5k gold lead. Even if they lose this dragon, I feel like they just clean up the fight and get an inhibitor.
Yep. Final Spark does get used. It's not rank 3, but it's only a 28.5-second cooldown.
Yeah, and looking for a little bit of poke here and there. Adishan is, trying to heal up on this bot lane. Tower in that Shirley is used. That's a lot of damage from these saplings with that demonic embrace.
Clearing out the pit, the dragon does spawn.
Yeah,
CBI is just losing this poke.
yeah.
Their health bars
And
are getting whittled down.
like we said, like what happened last game is where the lane states were not in the best state of for CPI, and we see that right now. Oh,
Oh, Final
oh
Spark
wow, that's
comes
a go button
through.
right there.
Oh, and the True Shot Barrage just snipes Adishan, and now this is uncontestable. Chrono Shift
Yeah,
comes out, Chitin's trying to do his thing, but everyone else is dead, and he's
yeah,
just running for it.
and that's the TP coming out from Wukong going top lane. Get this inhibitor. But I Praise God dead and Smite up. This is gonna be the dragon just secured and inhibitor most likely secured for RPG. So
Yep.
These team fights, the Lux, the Ezreal combo is creating so many issues. Not just that, with the Maokai, it feels like that poke is literally making CBI play extremely safe and not able to have that hard engage that they need to actually, kill Lux, kill Ezreal.
And this is where those 3 ban losses per game feels really impactful because it feels like they don't have the option to try to take out the Ezreal and the Luck.
Yeah, and next game, as it stands, it feels like RPG is gonna win this game, but CPI is a good enough team to come back and win this. But if you're looking towards the next game, do you take blue side as CB, take away the Wukong potentially, or do you take red side again, try to get that counter pick in top lane?
Ooh. I feel like taking away the Wukong is almost a trap. I haven't seen anything from Inferno SK that makes me want like go into a game 3 down 0-2 and put them on the Wukong. I feel like the Tom Kench has been the best look from Inferno SK so far.
Mhm.
So
It
it's like,
has, and
do you draft like a Lilia or something for I Praise God and maybe
well,
put
no, that's gonna get banned.
Titan onto a Wukong?
That's gonna get banned.
True.
It got banned. The other 2 games it's gonna get banned again, and yeah, like I said, that's where these ban losses come into play. But um, a big thing is like if you know that they're gonna draft Ezreal Deluxe, I feel like you need to have something to counter that pretty easily. They try to do that with the Ashe pick to try to use these enchanted crystal arrows to make plays, but
Yeah.
like, he's not taking any damage with that death stance. It's very I guess sad to be if you're playing ADC and you feel like you don't do damage. That's like the worst part.
Yeah. God, the Ivern bushes to enhance the Maokai poke is so obnoxious.
Yeah, that is a good like unique combo that's actually coming to play, and X wasn't really a factor early in the game, but these shields coming in very clutch, and Daisy coming in clutch throughout this entire these team fights.
Fantasy just single-handedly won that fight with a laser hitting both Titan and Adishan, leaving them unable to defend this inhibitor.
Yeah, and the open inhib mid lane, they're gonna try to 3 inhib CBI, and with Baron coming up, I'm gonna expect the
Hyper
RP.
gets knocked out with the Poppy ult, but the disengage is there. X goes down.
X goes down. They actually saved that
the mid
inhib.
inhib.
Yeah. So a small win there for CPI. Now the Baron won't be able to get started immediately, in my opinion, because you don't want to start Baron with your jungler down unless you have 100% control of the Baron and you know where the enemy jungler is.
Yeah, they can't even walk into this side
No.
of the jungle with
Nope.
Hyper, Stubby, and Fantasy there. Like, there's just too much damage. Anyone who walks up is gonna die.
Mm-hmm. And oh my god, look at that damage coming out from the Maokai. That's so much damage.
Half health just from the saplings trying to clear out wards.
Yeah, and it's the place that CPI wanted to win was that dragon, and they lost the 4 dragon, not able to secure the soul, and now they're gonna go for control over this and look to make a play with this, because one bad fight from RPG means that soul is gonna be gone, means Baron's gonna be gone, and this game is almost even again.
Gotta find a way to get in past all this poke and then simultaneously dealing with the Wukong engage. And I feel like they need just a really good flank. Oh, there's the knockback onto Draconus, and now RPG is walking away. Hyper gets hit by the enchanted crystal arrow. The laser comes through,
Adishan just gets deleted.
Adishan. Now Chitin goes down. Draconus is on the back line. And Waka's on the other side of the wall, unable to really do much. There's the
But
hostile
look at their
takeover
base.
coming
What's
through.
happening to your base?
Hyper finally goes down, but now Fantasy and Stubby are cleaning
Dragonus
up,
is
and
ending the
Draconus is just
game.
taking the Nexus.
Yeah, that will be game right there. They're not gonna be able to stop them. The backs will not come back in time, and game two going to RBG. A lot of minions is hitting. Oh, yeah, a lot of minions hitting the Nexus towers. Dragonus saw his opportunity, as we've seen him do in multiple games, to take control of the enemy base, and just like that, he was like, you know what, we don't need Ocean Soul. We can just win.
And they won that team fight anyways, even with
Hmm.
Draconus dipping mid-fight once
Yeah,
things had gotten started.
I
He
mean,
is
they
oh,
Adishan just got sniped by
yep.
TSL Fantasy, and we see the final spark hitting multiple people before team fights even start, just creating issues for CBI to be able to win these team fights. So how CBI it looks to move forward with this draft? What do they do with their two bans that they have in the second rotation? Whether it's maybe banning out the Lux, or and picking something like Xerath, or maybe banning out, uh, I guess Maokai. But
Honestly, I would like a Maokai ban here. It feels like they don't have a good answer for the vision control, the bush control. But Stubby would even stick to the Ezreal if the combo isn't there. I mean, Ezreal has been super effective on its own, anyways. But just the this oppressive Ezreal Maokai bot lane, which is not what I thought I would be talking
yeah,
about going into
and
tonight.
actually, I believe Maokai was actually picked in the first three picks, both games. So it might not be they might not be able to actually ban the Maokai. However, if they CPI
Rude.
choose to go blue side first, they either could take Wukong away, or they could take away the Ezreal. And taking away their Ezreal might have more of an effect. Uh,
Yep.
so as it stands right now, just to give some updates on the other series, RPG Cubs, as we saw, is leading 2-0 against CB Ibiza. CB Rangers versus Rivals is 1-1. Conduit versus New
Really?
Orleans versus Mercury, 1-1. And then TA Daysball versus Literal Monkeys Water, 1-1. So we have
Ooh.
a series right now in all three games, besides this one right now.
Well, we are going to throw it to a quick break, get into lobby, and we are going to see if CB Ibiza can make the miracle comeback run versus RPG Cubs. Don't go anywhere, folks. Welcome back, Otter fans. We are here for draft of Game 3 with RPG. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. The Blue Otter League pundits destroying all remaining pick'ems, being up 2-0 over CB Ibiza.
I mean, they destroyed my pick'ems last week anyway. But
True. Yeah, mine too.
yeah, I mean, same bands coming out. I mean, there's nothing really to change. Um, it's gonna be on Ibiza to actually outplay them. They pretty much know what's gonna be picked.
Yeah.
Ibiza has the opportunity to take away some of these picks, and there's a couple things I might note. Minute has a habit of playing something like Maokai Jungle, so there's a chance Minute pulls out Maokai Jungle in this game. Uh, Two, Ezreal. Adishan, I know, plays Ezreal as well. So first pick, we might see the Wukong again, and we might see a Maokai Ezreal picked in for CB Ibiza, which means, I think it's gonna be a Maokai jungle and Ezreal ADC, and which actually puts emphasis or pressure on RPG of what they want to do because we saw that work out very well in the first game and second game, but now they're forced to do something different.
I'm really curious to see what the Ibiza plan is for choosing red side in this draft. Because we just saw their red side draft and it went better in the early game. And yep, first pick Wukong, just like you called.
Yep. And
And
however,
all
Maokai,
right, you're two
it's
for two so far.
2 for 2, and I'm 3 for 3.
Three for three. All right,
I
bully.
It's it's something that I have a lot of experience with these players, so I kind of know what the idea of could come out, and it does put pressure. Tristana does got buffed, and it does cause Ezreal some troubles, but it does allow some opportunity for Ibiza to throw RPG off because of those 2 picks.
Yeah, RPG finally has to play just something different. And Tristana, the buff she got was to her scaling. They wanted to kind of restore her identity as like the late game scaling hyper carry. So it's not the like all in cheese, throw a bomb, jump in, like level 3 all in hail of blades Tristana that we've seen much more recently.
hmm And I'm curious to see what they opt to pick. The Xerath does come out. That so that is actually gonna be, RPG Cubs picking the Xerath in probably I mean, it could go support. So
That feels more like just locking those in together. I want to say that's going to be hyper on the Xerath.
yeah, I know Hyper likes to play some of that stuff. Of course, the Maokai pick. But I'm thinking if he picks the Xerath here, will they still opt to try to go for a Lux for the long range play that they've wanted to do this entire series?
All right, so this Seraphine lock-in, the last time we had in week 4 when we had CBI versus RPG on stream, Chitin was the one who played the Seraphine. So
Yeah,
I'm waiting to see. I kind of suspect that's going to be the play, but let's see.
I honestly think it's gonna be a Seraphine support. I think Kaien's gonna opt to I think they're gonna first of all blind top lane here and look for Kaien to actually get the counter pick because I think what we saw is ooh, is that the
Huh.
hmm. Are they playing the Maokai support? Nah. I think that's actually just gonna be a Shyvana. Either jungle and Maokai top. So they might opt to do something like that. And then that means they are going to give Kaien the counter pick or potential the flex of Seraphine going mid. So they're going to try to put the game in Kaien's hands of, try to get more pressure. If RPG ends up picking the Lux, Kaien will be able to, pick whatever he wants into it. If they end up, taking the Xerath mid, same
Ooh,
thing.
the fiddlesticks coming out. That's a I like this Venn diagram team fight for RPG with the Cyclone, with the Crow Storm. there's a lot of chaos that's going to be really tough to for CBI to try to organize themselves within, and there is the Lux.
Yeah, so they are opting for that Zera support, like these long range poke that they were winning the fights because they were able to hit these skill shots long range and basically forcing CBI to either recall a couple members or engage a fight that they're gonna lose instantly. So kind of will get whatever they want in this game, and will they opt for? Looks like they're actually gonna opt for the Vladimir.
So I think that's I don't know if does Chitin play Vlad?
He kind of does play Vlad,
Okay.
I think.
Uh,
But I'm pretty sure he
maybe.
plays Vlad. So we're gonna see a Shyvana jungle. I Minute has played Shyvana jungle before. We're gonna see the Maokai top. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen in top lane. The Wukong is gonna still have a lot of pressure, uh, but this is a later scaling team for CB Ibiza, and we see a lot of hard engage, all ins from RPG as well as long range poke. Um, but will that fare well into something like a Seraphine Vladimir? Probably not, because it'll just give Seraphine an easy encore onto all three of these members.
I'm really worried if that's a Maokai top because Maokai doesn't do the same things that Tom Kench does in lane, and that's definitely a worse matchup that would get Draconus off to the races quicker than the last game, where it took some time before he got into things.
hmm Uh, it does, but the thing is, I feel like in this game, CPI has a lot more utility to combat the Wukong.
True.
Especially taking away the Ezreal. Taking away the Ezreal is big. You're still facing the Lux. You don't allow them to have the Maokai, which caused issue every time there's an objective fight because you would run to a bush, take half of your health because of a
Yeah.
demonic embrace, and then you get poked by a final spark. And taking that ability to play the game that way as RPG is going to force them to do something else. And that this is what they came up with: a very low tanky, not very squishy comp, against possibly of Maokai that could scale very well, Vladimir that scales into a beast and can one shot the entire RPG squad, and playing into a Seraphine, which these encores can basically create massive team fights for CPI.
Yeah, the potential for this Vladimir in coming into team fights with this very squishy comp, they're
hmm
gonna have to play it right and not get absolutely jumped by the Crowstorm AoE fear. But with such a squishy comp, Vlad could definitely put in work, and it's locked in for Inferno SK tentatively.
Yeah, it's
Switching around definitely still possible. We saw it game one, but
yeah.
I think that
It
means Kite and Seraphine.
it can mean Kite and Seraphine, and they are gonna opt for that Maokai support. Possibly they can still switch. With
Yeah,
enough time, but
I shouldn't get excited until we're in spectator delay.
yeah, they could. But that's one big thing though, is you're putting this high damage late scaler into someone that hasn't really done well against Dragonus yet. And game one they didn't do that well either.
Yeah.
They were on that late game scaling Kassadin, but it felt like even when Kassadin hit level 16, it was just too far gone, and they were not able to make a big impact.
And I just like when it was Cassidon in that lane, like Wukong is such a strong. Well, Cassidon was against the Jacks. The Wukong a little different, but like Wukong is so strong early, and Vladimir, like it's shifted around. It's not quite as hard as it was pre rework, but like he still needs levels before he becomes like before he gets the sustain, before he can
Mhm.
ranged harass that much. It's it's going to be a really risky lane going up
Yeah.
against this Wukong.
Hey, but you know what? Vladimir did get a slight buff this patch, +4 armor. So if Vladimir lives with like 5 health, then we know we
We're
know why.
praising Riot.
Yeah. So far it is 47 seconds. Uh, looks like CBI decided to take over the bot lane of combination of Ezreal and Maokai, and I never thought that was gonna be a contested bot lane in this series, but it is.
What a
And
wild. What a wild.
yeah, and like you said before, Kind has played the Seraphine, and the one thing that I would say I would be scared of if you're a Seraphine, you're playing against a Lux. Lux
Yup.
can Lux can do a lot of damage in one combo, so just gotta watch out for that.
I'm really excited to see I Praise God on a champion with more agency. Like I think it felt like that Poppy was more just a very reactive champion to try to deny the Wukong entry, and a little bit of unfamiliarity with the champion possibly
Mhm,
showed in stuff like missing the wall charges,
mhm,
not being quite on point with the W's. So I'm hoping that this Shyvana, it's a champion that should be able to take over the map. And
mhm.
like once she gets going, the big build right now is the Frostfire into Demonic, but just straight bruiser Shyvana. I've seen some AD uh as well as that AP. Like she can really become a force to be reckoned with. So I want to see him take over the map and really just dictate play.
Yeah, especially with having that Ezreal Maokai bot lane. They're gonna have possibly if Stubby goes all in with the Tristana, you're gonna have the ability as Maokai to jump on top of Stubby, making sure that they
Yep.
can't do a lot in these fights. But I praise God is gonna be trying to get these early dragons. They did it last game. They did pretty well. They got the first three. The only
Yep.
problem is that they ended up faltering in these team fights after you saw TSL Fantasy getting a lot more damage. You saw Ezreal getting basically 2 items, and in this game is going to be a lot more an ability for CBI to fight because of what they have to offer. They have the Maokai ultimate, they have the Encore from Seraphine, they have a lot more front to back potential against the dive of Fiddlesticks, Wukong, and possibly Tristana.
All right, folks. Don't go anywhere. Spectator delay is actually almost done. So this is going to be a very brief break. But we are going to throw it to a break to get loaded into game 3 between CBI and RPG Cubs. Welcome back, folks, for Game 3 of CB Ibiza versus RPG Cubs. For the third game in a row, we have 5 points for the
We
most
have
part.
5 point, third game in a row. We have Ezreal Maokai bot lane. We have this time three first strikes in a bot lane. We have the Xerath, the Maokai, and Ezreal all going first strike, and you know these are this is something I did not imagine seeing in 50 years.
One thing I've got, the top lane choices are really interesting to me. Draconus went for the ignite instead of the teleport.
Hmm.
So we're gonna see there's a bit more focus on shutting down Inferno SK, but the map rotations are gonna have to be planned out and called really better. Uh,
Hmm.
and Inferno SK went for grasp
Yeah,
on this one.
I think a big thing is that. Oh, wait, huh? I think that might have been they didn't fix their runes. So that's unfortunate for them. So having grasp is a very big tilter already. But the big thing in this game that we wouldn't see in last game is that Draconus is going to have a lot more kill pressure against the Vladimir early, and we already see
Yep.
him looking for a trade.
Yeah, I just looked at the rest of the runes. The shielding, shield bash, and legend alacrity there. So I think you're calling that right.
It looks like maybe just a little bit of thinking. Just didn't realize that they didn't change the runes, but already unfortunate start for CBI. But it looks like I praise God's going for that full clear. Fiddlesticks RPG X did opt to go for a 3 camp, and it's gonna already look to make a play, I guess, into the enemy jungle of I praise God.
Coming from at these raptors, I think you must have seen it. Okay, so the
Hmm.
effigy goes down. That looks like that's it.
Yeah, so I don't think that was like the best play, especially because um, they started bot side because of the leash.
Yep.
Um, but it's they took a sneak peek, and you know that Shyvana is gonna mostly want a full clear. Shyvana's ganks earlier very mediocre, and being able to just keep up and out farm the enemy jungler is one of Shyvana's strengths. And it's put you a little bit behind where Shyvana's up a couple camps, 9 CS in fact, and RPGX had to walk back to their own gromp, take that, and now they're gonna look to take the scuttle. And after these Krugs, I praise God will be level 4, and RPGX will still be level 3.
He tries to get something done mid lane. Went for the flank, and Chitin doesn't have any mana.
Yeah,
So
kind of's been trying to push back these waves pretty heavily here, and gonna look to take a bag here. Just maybe not. Yeah,
okay, but X does go back, so
mhm,
Chitin's safe.
yeah, and if we notice, that's a very early pink ward that was dropped. The control word in the island brush of the river. So that was purchased fairly early, and that's gonna be not be spotted out for a while, in my opinion.
I even really like that play from Waka just there. It's such like a small play, but using the Maokai CC to break the shield on the scuttle, because otherwise Shyvana's so awful at taking scuttles.
Yeah,
Right
it's
up in top.
it's definitely
Yeah.
something love to see from supports,
Oh,
knowing that
Draconus going in with the decoy has the full armor break onto
that's
Inferno
ignite.
SK. The
That's a
flash ignite with the Q.
Yeah, that's why Dragonus took that ignite, knowing that he already has a lot of kill pressure early in this lane, and
Yep.
he's gonna just look to keep pushing, forcing Vlad to keep going back, keep taking these bad trades, and basically putting him out of the game before he's able to be a major factor.
And going back after that death, going and getting two cloth armors. It's obviously necessary to try to survive against this Wukong, but that feels bad when you want to scale into the damage.
Yeah. You know, especially when he's gonna end up trying to go for that early Seeker's Arm Guard. The dragon will be secured for CP Ibiza, and give a little bit more stats to Shyvana as well.
Yep.
But if Dragonus isn't stopped, and he's able to snowball like he did in other two games, it's gonna be very hard for CP Ibiza to play against that team.
Yeah, like I think they have a little bit more counterplay if Waka can see it coming and you get the Maokai ult to deny the Wukong advance.
Yeah.
But like
Oh,
it's
that's all.
very specific. Ooh. Draconus or X having to flash away
Yeah.
from High Praise God there.
Yeah. It's
I I
trying to
did not
counter
see
jungle a
who
little
got
bit,
the
and
crumbs.
yeah, it's a little counter jungling. I think X actually got that. Maybe not. But you know, losing the flasher is actually pretty big, especially if High Praise Gods looks to make a play again. In
There's the Cyclone coming out. The Chemo Plague is dropped. Inferno SK goes into the pool. The dash
oh
in. There's the Q.
wait,
There's the E. But he went back in, and
he
Draconus gets the kill with the Q.
he just went back in. He was out. He's gonna be out. Dragonus did give up on going for that kill because there was a major wave stacking, but Inferno walked back and looked for another more of a trade, and that just gives more time for Dragonus to get the cooldowns back up and just gets an easy kill.
And yeah, just not respecting the Sheen power spike.
Mhm. It's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. Oh, and Vlad is coming back to lane with plated steel caps.
Yeah.
And just trying to survive at this point.
So here's the big thing. Inferno is just tunneling on this lane where you're playing against a Fiddlesticks, a Lux, a Xerath, all with a lot of CC. And you want the armor, go for that Seekers early or something like that. The plated steel caps is gonna do a lot, but a lot of the damage is gonna be shredded already.
Yep.
Dragonus is the crushing blow already removes a ton of armor, the 25% armor. So right now, you're basically not gonna have any value from the plated steel cast because he's just gonna take out the armor and it's gonna use this cyclone just to clean up the kill.
On the plus side for Inferno, does have a solid CS lead, up around 20 CS, so it's not all bad, just a little, mostly bad.
Yeah, he's able to get the CS, but he's giving up kills. We're gonna see again with the Divine Sunder, um,
Yep.
Wukong, which I like more, like I said before, than the actual Triforce. Another trade, all-in trade going
There's
on
the
for Dragon.
Cyclone, there's the Ignite, the Q lands, goes into the pool, and yeah, it looks like they're just walking away.
And on cooldown, Dragonus will go in for all-in trades.
Yeah. Oh, Fiddle is
Oh
gonna
wow.
manage to sneak away the red buff right under I Praise God's nose.
Yeah, and
Does get
I
spotted
can't
by
believe he was
Kite.
able to get away with that, especially with RPG X not having flash. And RPG X did have backup from Fantasy roaming up, but it was pretty sneaky.
So with no camps on the map,
Yeah, everyone's
I
looking
Praise
for
God
farm.
has to. Yeah, I Praise God has nowhere to really go, nothing to really do right now.
And yeah, we did have a slight pause during the game. So we did have a little bit of a lag, but right now the game is pretty much slowed everywhere on the map besides top. And
Yeah.
this is in RPG's favor.
Yep.
In bot lane, they're just trading first strike blows to see who actually gets the first strike before the other person gets hit.
I mean, the good news for CBI is that this dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. Fiddle is taking the Herald right now. So Infernal Drake should go over there. They'll get the offensive stats. I praise God. We'll get the additional Shyvana stats. These are all good things. This is what they need to do with their game plan.
Yeah,
It's just
the
turning that small lead into a bigger one that's been a problem.
it's actually what RPG wants, because there's a good chance that they wouldn't be able to contest this dragon, because they wouldn't have the strongest member on the team, Dragoness, on that side. So they
Yeah.
opt to just give up this dragon. By the looks of it, they might actually contest it because that's Fiddlesticks on his way. Let's see if looks to might look to use a Crowstorm, but it's already gone. But they traded the dragon for the Herald, and they're gonna use this Herald to just try to snowball some gold into either Fantasy or even Draconus.
Yeah. Lisa is looking for fantasy, but yeah, Lux is out.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that True Shot Barrage will seek out Draconus. Draconus was looking for another bush plate, like he's been doing every game, and that will be snuffed out unintentionally.
It looks like we're actually getting a little bit of a change. That Hearthbound Axe indicates it's a Triforce, most likely coming in top.
Oh yeah, that actually might be a Wit's End, eventually.
Oh
but
yeah, that would
it
make a
might.
lot of sense.
But he also might be going Triforce in Inferno's. But yeah, Cyclone on cooldown, and Inferno uses the flash again, and this time, instead of overstaying Dragoness, is gonna keep the wave frozen towards his side. Let's see if that actually freezes. It will not. And it's gonna go back, spend his gold, and that is actually a Triforce. He actually opts to go for that Triforce.
I could definitely see where the Wit's End makes a lot of sense with the AP damage coming out of Vlad, Shyvana.
I think he opted
Yeah.
for the Triforce because he got so far ahead. And he's doing
True.
so much damage already, so I think he wants that just extra like oomph to kill Vladimir over and over again.
3 solo kills in a row at 12 minutes. He can build whatever he wants.
True. He literally can do whatever he wants, and right now it doesn't look like I Praise God is gonna want to put any more pressure top, because at this point it's harder to get Vlad back in the game rather than to try to get another part or another lane winning.
I Praise God goes in with the Shyvana ult, but gets Buster shotted backwards for his trouble.
Yeah, first take the shocking orb to the face, and then the Buster shot to the face. Unfortunately, yeah, so he won't get anything out of that except the scuttle. And here we go again, where Inferno is already less than half health, and with Cyclone back up, we're gonna see probably another dive or another kill coming in pretty soon.
We're getting some tri-lane action in bot, but okay, no, I Praise God did go back.
Yeah, everyone on the map is basically cooled down, and the gold lead is only about 1.4k. Yes, Wukong is ahead, but it's gonna be what they do with this lead. Right now, how CBI is playing is they know they're gonna play for these major team fights at these dragons, where the dragon is gonna be like kind of like where they want to win the game, and that is gonna be a Cloud Soul.
It's not one of the big sexy dragons like Hextech or Infernal.
I actually do not like the Hextech Soul. It's yeah, I dislike using the Hextech Soul. I think honestly sometimes the Cloud just seems like you could snowball a win very easily. But
okay.
the individual dragons for the Hextech are very powerful. Infernal, of course, strong. Sometimes the Mountains doesn't do much for your team, especially if you have a very high damage, low tanky comp. So it's sometimes the Cloud is just insane. Ocean is always gonna be solid.
Yep. Yep. Adishan's got to watch out for. Okay, Zareth canceled the ult. I saw the circle kit come out, and I was holding my breath for a second there.
Yeah, and RBGX is showing his face top. They might actually look for a dive here, or at least take this with the... Oh, that's going to be a play on the TSL Fantasy right here. TSL Fantasy might
Getting
go down.
caught? All right,
No.
Waka gets that kill, but they do go in with the Crow Storm on this Vlad in top. Tower aggro's been dropped, and
There's no way
Drakus
they
is
keep
just
going with it.
ignoring him.
Yeah, I mean, it's what happened in game, 2, where they went a little bit too aggressive on the dive, but Kaiden is going to be jumped on by Tristan, and that's a good flash that Shocking Orb was going to hit.
Yep. Yeah, that stun would have been a dead Seraphine for sure.
Yeah, that was that would have been like the 2.25 second stun, I believe, because that was long range, and it just got buffed recently.
And here's the trade with X having shown up in top lane. Oh, I thought Viper might have had that. But here's the on cooldown Cyclone and Ignite. And Draconus gets the 4th solo kill of the game.
Yeah, that Triforce just bonk to the head, just, takes 250 health from Infernal health bar. But that will not just be another kill, that will be also the turret going down. So that stands about 2.5k gold lead for RPG. It feels like, the Wukong is just too much to handle for the Vladimir, and would have been better if they actually sent the Maokai top to deal with it and put, like, the Seraphine bot. Maybe, maybe not. But right now, it feels like CBI knows how they want to win the game and is not their top. They want to try to get a little bit into these team fights.
Yeah, they're hoping they seem to be hoping that top just doesn't get so far behind that he can't do anything, that he can just be ignored in fights. And they are focusing entirely on the bottom half of the map with getting these dragons. And the dragon soul is gonna spawn at right around 20 minutes. That's perfect for what Shyvana wants to do.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna have... Oh, looks like Aishan is going aggressive on Stubby right now. Shirley is being taken down. That's gonna be most likely used to take down the mid inhibitor. Definitely they can't contest that at this point, but they know that they want to... Their point of contention will be that dragon, the soul, and eventually hoping to pick up these kills and possibly the shutdown off of
Here
Wukong.
comes the Crow Storm. Waka gets silent and gets feared. Oh, and silenced too. Ezreal's throwing back some damage. True Shot Barrage comes in. Chitin takes out TSL Fantasy.
Oh, wow. That fight is going in CBI's favor because Dragonus, the strongest member of the team, isn't there, but he's using Shirley up top to get this pressure on this tier 2 tower. But a lot of gold going over to CBI in that fight, and it feels like there is some life in CBI.
Yep. With Inferno SK showing up for that fight, getting a kill, there's the slow onto Dragonus. Chitin's gotta watch out for all that
scared.
damage. Yeah, Cyclone to get out of there. That's a clean getaway, honestly.
Yeah, and in that midst, so looks like the 3 kills that went on to Kaiden, 1 went over to the Vladimir, and 1 went over to Waka. So actually no, Waka took an early kill. So the 2 kills that went over was Seraphine and Vladimir. And Vladimir getting back a little bit of gold, maybe getting back into the game, still has yet to complete their mythic item. But we saw already how tanky I Praise God is getting, about 140 CS, still matched by X. But in about 2 minutes, this Cloud Soul is going to be on the table.
And I praise God, I feel like just really wants to farm and get gold. If they can get to their demonic embrace before this fight starts, the damage and the tankiness is gonna be really solid, and that's gonna be really rough for RPG to deal with.
Yeah, RPG is moving Wukong, Dragonus down to the bot lane because the next point in contention is going to be that dragon. And since they don't have a TP on the Wukong, they're just going to make sure they're on the side of the map where that fight's most likely to happen. But right now, it looks like Inferno is going to be able to get some free farm, able to, catch up a little bit. Yes, they are up in farm, but definitely down in gold.
Yeah, Draconus is the highest gold on the map by a decent margin. Almost almost 1,000 gold up on next highest person.
Yeah, a lot of gold, but also a big shutdown. And
Yep.
Dragonus was tagged by a Mystic shot. So actually, Adishon's doing quite a bit of damage already.
Oh, a nice two-man snare by Fantasy. The Zerath ult doesn't get the kill, and Waka makes it out of there. There's the decoy, there's the Cyclone. Inferno SK
Oh my
takes out
god,
Hyper.
that's
And that
a
looks like a
lot of
one
damage
team
already
fight.
gone. Uh,
Oh, here
and
comes the
TS.
Crow Storm, though, onto I Praise God, but that's a tanky dragon. Gets out, and now X has to run for it.
Yeah, and with the Cloud Dragon coming up, this should be sold. The Smite is gonna be it's gonna be down for both sides right now, so it's gonna be pulled out.
This
Smite
is
is gonna be available in
tight.
about 30 seconds or 10 seconds
Stubby's
for
there.
God.
Chitin's zoning. Predator gets popped by X to try to get out. Fantasy is throwing out some
X does have
damage.
X does have
X goes over the wall, and he gets it!
oh wow.
Fiddlesticks takes the dragon with, I think that was just the drain.
No, it
Did he
it
have
was
a
a
smite
combination
charge
with the
up?
Spinal Spark. He did have a smite charge, but the thing is, I
Okay.
Praise God did not. That's why they were pulling the dragon. That's what they're trying to halt the damage done. But
That rocket belt just missing.
yeah. So, the dragon goes down, but that's still gold going to the pockets of CBI. And that Cloud Soul would have been huge. That could have mounted a big comeback.
So, like you were saying, the damage from Adishan is getting up there. The Essence Reaver and the Muramana completed. Most likely, we'll see. I don't even know if Crown's worth it because it's gonna get popped by 15 different things, whether it's hyper, whether it's fantasy. But like, I feel like Crown is probably the right answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna think that he's gonna actually opt for yeah, he might opt for the crown. We saw Stubby doing different things, going for the I think it was the Prowler's Claw first game and then second game. But
Second game, I think he got an Eclipse.
yeah, I guess we're gonna look at a different mythic item builds for Ezreal, and that proves to show you if you could build whatever you want on Ezreal and still do a ton of damage. It looks like we're gonna see another standstill for a little bit
Yeah.
until either a Baron dance or even someone getting caught out. But with how long range these two teams are with their poke, I doubt we see a major fight just break out.
Okay. Oh, and yeah, Stubby gets out of Kyle.
Yeah, just one thing to note though, in that fight, we did see Inferno pick up another kill and now picking up more and more CS. Yes, they were, down heavily early, but they're able to crawl themselves back into the game and is now a major threat.
Yup. Yeah, the Rocket Belt completed against the squishy comp. We can see where the Vlad dream might still be alive.
Yep. And, Dragonus does pick up the Force of Nature. There's a lot of magic damage, as you said, in the CPI's comp, so, that Force of Nature is going to negate a lot of that damage.
Yeah, really interesting.
Adishon really wants to get that poke down into Stubby, and that's actually so much damage. We are going to actually see an Eclipse on the Ezreal.
Okay. Alright, that makes sense. I can see it. Oh, the final spark landing onto Chitin, but the
Kindness is not able to move. Not just the Final Spark, but the Shocking Orb. It is long range, did 2.25 seconds of CC. you saw that buff just come to action right there. Yeah, as it stands though, a lot of this game are coming in in strides of big plays. both these teams don't want to make overly aggressive plays, because they feel like they know what their win con is, right? And
Yep.
of course, CBI being down from the top lane and early in the game, their win con is that they want to actually look for these team fights. For RPG is that they want to look for these long range poke attempts to eventually secure Dragon, maybe Baron. Yeah, we see a lot of troop shot barrage. We see a lot of abilities thrown
Oh,
into.
there's the Maokai Zerat, but Waka gets taken out by Fantasy. There's
Yeah,
the right to
it's
the arcane. Crowstorm comes in into the stop. Fantasy goes down, and it looks like CBI has that fight.
Yeah. We saw a big play looking for Maokai going onto Hyper, but Hyper's still alive. Just has a little bit
Oh,
of
here
health
comes
left.
Draconus into the fight. There's the Cyclone in onto I Praise God and Inferno SK. And he's running him down.
Yeah,
Inferno
and
SK goes into the stopwatch. Oh,
yeah,
what?
that would be him going down. The whole CBI team just got split up, and the Encore is missing,
Yeah.
and that is just gonna be the go ahead for uh RPG to look for a play here, but they're actually very, very low.
Got low health bars. Adishan does a ton of damage. And
Oh,
Waka is respawning, hoofing it from base.
yeah. So here's the thing: if they
There's that
delay,
barrage.
oh wow,
Oh, the nice counter on the decoy from Waka. Going back
oh,
to the tower, but Draconus
Dragonus
has
is
enough
tunneling up
damage.
Walker right now, but Adishan will end up cleaning up Adishan. So.
Adishan goes down, and now Chitin gets jumped by Draconus for the double kill. And that's the
Yeah.
second Cloud Drake over to RPG.
Yeah, it almost went bad, but Adishan did take down TSL Fantasy, but for what their whole team ended up going down. So another fight won by margins, and the margins came because the entire team of CBI split, and it ended up getting I Praise God and Waka just getting, or Inferno getting caught out into the bot side of the map.
And the whole time, RPG managed to stall it out until Draconus could show up, and then you can just see how much that whole fight shifted.
Hmm.
Just like the tempo of the fight, the feeling of that fight shifted as soon as Wukong came in, and just AOE'd down I Praise God and Inferno SK.
Yeah, it definitely was a play that CB tried to make, try to get a pick off before this dragon started. It's
Yep.
unfortunately they got caught in a choke against this whole RPG team, and just the whole entire skirmishing of RPG with the Wukong that's already 7-0 is just better at this point.
And Hyper actually surviving and being able to safely throw out long range Zera spells over the wall was really clutch. Oh, and now we've got Draconus versus I Praise God, and Chitin shows up, so Draconus is booking it. That's not Nick, that's just red buff. They do get the Cyclone now.
Yeah, and then Hyper did use the right of the arcane, trying to kill Adishan, but Adishan gets out with about 350 health. But
We are
according to
getting
Ted,
a sneak Baron.
oh, never mind, Adishan's dead. Uh, yeah, Baron is being started, and right now it looks like it's gonna be an attempt to steal the Baron from RPG Egg.
Where did Adishan die in that?
Adishan got sniped by the final spark.
Oh, damn. There's
Yeah.
a Maokai ult to go in, but now Waka's in the middle of nowhere
Yeah, Waka is
with
in trouble right now, but they were able to
just surviving.
stop the Baron attempt. But I'm gonna assume that RPG is actually gonna go directly back on the Baron because they were able to kill Waka and Inferno in that fight.
Yeah. And I Praise God is less than half health right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have Flash, but he does have the Blast Cone to look for that fight, and that's a big true
Going
shot
for
barrage.
it. Goes in a little bit early. The Baron and I praise God gets it. The
Wait,
blast going in and just stood there and waited for the damage from
RP
RPG to bring it into spite range.
RPGX backs out during that Baron actually, because he
When
thought he was gonna
Adishan
get
gets fantasy,
killed.
the exhaust goes
Oh,
down onto Stubby. The double kill for Adishan.
yeah, I think that was just a tilt play going from RPG. They decide to just both jump in. Adishon picks up a lot of gold for himself. RPGX actually backed off that Baron, allowing I Praise God to just steal it. And it was basically not even a stolen dragon. It wasn't a 50-50. That was I Praise God either missing or hitting the smite. That was just it.
Oh, that's a spicy one. Okay, it looks like Adishan has the buff, Chitin has the buff, and that might be it. I think Adishan had just respawned in time to get it since he was the first one to die. Chitin
Yeah,
was the only
uh,
one who survived from the Baron
yeah.
exchange.
And it definitely gives Inferno a little bit more time to, scale up. Sitting on 2.5 items,
Yep.
still can be a major threat. But a big threat here is Adishan. You see how much damage Adishan is doing. Was able to pick up a lot of gold here, and
Oh,
that's gonna
there's the
be.
ult from Seraphine. It does tag Draconus, but he gets out.
And he just takes no damage right now with that Death Dance.
Got 30 seconds till this dragon comes up, and that looks like where CB wants to make their stand.
Yeah, CB might be looking for another, pick attempt here. They know that Dragonus has to go back, and he has no TB.
Yep. And what I really like here is it feels like for the first time the waves are actually right for CB. Like they're
Yeah.
not pushing in towards them.
And like we
The
saw in
vision-
the other games where Maokai is able to take care, to use these saplings to take control of these bushes, we're seeing that right now.
There. Here's
Oh.
the right to the arcane. Looking for damage onto CB. In the dragon, though. Oh, CB's backing out.
Yeah, CB's backing now. RPGX is coming back
X is in there.
in.
There's the Shyvana ult in. Fiddle's draining, and Adishan gets fantasy. I praise God gets the dragon, so that's stole.
Yeah. The soul is being taken. Dragon is gonna get into the fight, and 3 people just get blown up by that encore. And with Baron still on the table, they get pushed for an inhibitor. Right? Let's see.
Sean's
It's
hunting
almost
for
up. It's almost up.
Okay. Alright. Getting mid. Baron
And
buff,
Baron
yeah,
is
about
just-
to expire.
Yep. But yeah, that was a major encore by Kayan. Great steal by I Praise God. So they finally secured that Dragon Soul. It's Cloud Soul, and the gold lead is now swung into CPI's favor.
Yeah, if only barely. It's only 1,000 gold, but a lead's a lead, and having the Dragon Soul isn't reflected in that, so that's a good amount of power. And it's such a even game. These fights are on the knife's edge. Oh my God, how did Waka actually get out there? I thought for sure something hit him.
So just an update. Conduit did win Game 3, so they're up 2-1 against New World Esports Mercury. CB Rangers beat Rival in Game 3, so they're up 2-1 against Rivals.
Okay. Okay.
But as it stands, this game was almost this series is almost a 3-0 in favor of RPG, but on the brink of elimination, CPI pulled it back, and they seem to be in the driver's seat. Yes, they are playing against an 8-0 Wukong, but if Wukong's not in these fights, it seems like it's all in favor of CPI.
Yeah, it's the map rotations from RPG are so much more complicated with Draconus not having teleport. And you can see CB he shows on the map and
Oh,
CB
TSL
just
Fantasy
all
might
go
be
to the
in
other side
trouble.
of the map.
Man.
Shyvana ult comes through, the damage is coming in. Chitin fires his ult. I don't even think it landed.
Yeah,
Fantasy
that was
was
a lot
just
of
dead.
damage, but they're gonna end up picking up this turret. But on the other side of the map, we see Dragonus taking that tier 2 tower in the bot lane, so they're gonna actually lose a trade on that, giving up a tier 2 for a tier 1. but they're just trying to get pressure in this top side of the map, and Dragonus is going to take it and might look for it all in against Inferno.
Going in, there's the Ignite, there's the Cyclone. And so I think Draconus was trying to delay that turret until the bounties came up, but it just didn't happen. It was just a little bit off.
Yeah, and actually, CBI was able to take a tier 2 as well. So, and we saw Inferno not take that much damage. It looked very even actually. So
Yeah.
it feels like Inferno is now able to withstand Dragon's damage, and it seems like a lot of this pressure coming from CBI is just gonna keep up, and they're just gonna look to take these outer tier 2s and inhibitor towers eventually, and just look to close the game.
And the items are really coming through for everyone. It's
Mhm.
crazy to me that Draconus is 8-0-1 and is sitting at like 3 3/4 items, not a full 4. And most people are at three items completed. Like
Yeah,
Arno
and
there.
this is where you're gonna see CB's comp do well because the fact that
Yeah.
Dragonus doesn't have the TP. It's gonna You're gonna have Inferno in the bot lane taking these turrets and creating pressure on this map, while
Yep.
the rest of the four look to control this barren area. And if there's a fight that breaks out, you always have the TP
They
from
are
Inferno.
looking for Draconus. There's the E from Seraphine going wide. Here's the Cyclone. There's the final spark coming through. Adishan is shut down. Teleport coming in from Inferno SK. And there's the Drain coming in. Chitin's dead too. Inferno goes down. And that
Yeah,
looks like that's going to be a Baron for RPG.
yeah, and that's a big thing, right? They go for the person that's the most fed and is probably also the most tanky. So when you when you go for that fight, and unfortunately Adishan did DC in that fight, so
Yeah.
it's they they basically opted to trying to kill Dragonus immediately, but it gave the opportunity for RPG to actually look for a re-engage.
The just absolute bad luck. Uh,
Yeah, it's
Abby
absolutely terrible
Shaw.
luck.
That costing them the Baron, and it's gonna cost them a bounty, so it's even more gold going over to RPG. Woof. So we're gonna see once this pause comes through. It should be ending soon. I praise God is there. Waka's there. It looks like they're gonna try to contest this. At least
Yeah,
poke RPG off.
the the blast cone is up and it's available. So if I praise
They
God
just
wanted
walked
to, he could
away.
look for a steal, but they're just gonna end up giving this up.
Praise God is escorting the super minions then. But yeah, can't do any more than that.
Yep.
And we've got
Yep.
55 seconds until Elder.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I praise God didn't want to contest it, because even if he does steal it, they're gonna lose control of the Elder pit, and with Elder coming up, it's gonna be a big point of contention, and everyone's gonna be there doing the little dragon dance, and during that time, the Baron is gonna be mostly wasted.
Yep.
But as we saw in previous games, is RPG had pretty good lane states and all these major objectives. In this game, it did falter just a little bit, but we see everyone up and looking to contest this basically game-ending dragon. That's what it is.
Yeah. Unless we get a full like 10-person double ace map wipe, we should be seeing generally who's gonna win it. Oh, the fight starts with Adishan losing half his health to the final spark. There's the right of the arcane coming out. They're fishing for damage. And the fourth shot hits. Adishan is super low.
Yeah, it's definitely a ton of damage that goes down. The lanes are pushing in for RPG,
Now,
and
Draconus has a flank. There's 5 people coming in. The Crowstorm lands. Waka is down. The fight is split up. There's Fantasy goes down for RPG.
Yeah, but look what's happening in the dragon right here.
Staying
They're
on
right.
the
Oh,
pit.
CPI steals it
Titan
from
gets the Elder
Radiant.
Dragon.
Oh my god, that will be a most likely. Dragoness is gonna go down here, but looks like Stubby opts to go pushing mid, but he won't be able to get this because you
Oh,
see
Adishon
Adishon
shows
going.
up.
Oh,
Saves the inhib. Massive combo.
RPGX just felt the pressure right there and loses the dragon to Kain. Kain steals that away. RPGX might have looked too early. With this much time, it looks like CBI is going to look to push in these inhibitors. They will have the Elder for a little bit longer, so I wouldn't be surprised if they look to push to end the game.
Oh my god. Man, no one can tell Chitin he's got a bedtime. he is looking to force this game for.
Yeah,
What a play.
Yeah, the fact that he stole that dragon was unbelievable. It was definitely gonna be a lost fight, and that was gonna be the game right there if, you know, RPG probably secured that. Unfortunately, like, he wasn't, and the Elder is still
Waka
there,
gets
so
onto X, and the Elder just
yeah,
blows him up.
yeah, you know, it's probably the worst thing if you fight against a team with Elder because you know that they had the execution damage.
Yeah. The Maokai ult coming through. They're just looking to zone him off these Nexus turrets. There's one down. Here's Draconus going in. There's the Cyclone. He's got Chitin shut down. Inferno SK goes in. Draconus does die on the backside. Fantasy goes down with another pop of the Elder Dragon. Nexus is under fire, and CBI takes it for the 1-2.
Yeah, just, you know, game-ending dragon right there. The Elder Drake was able to. Oh, this game could have been completely different just by just a little bit of damage from Smite. So CPI survives, just barely, and they will bring this to a game 4, and maybe Inferno will take the right runes. But we'll be right back, and you know, we thought this was going to be a 3-0, but it might be a longer night than that, or will be a longer night than that.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back for game 4. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for game four with RPG Cubs up 2-1 over CBI Ibiza. But we just got some hero plays coming out and really clutch win from Ibiza's there. So let's see what's how draft goes.
Yeah, I assume, we're gonna see more of the same. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna wonder what CB is gonna end up picking. Blue one. RPG definitely realized that they wanted to get the Ezreal Maokai combo. So are they gonna opt to take the Ezreal first pick here?
And that's exactly what happens. We're finally seeing the Ezreal Maokai.
Yeah, my draft is
Uh,
frozen, I guess.
oh,
So here, let me open. Okay, so I see a bunch of picks already made. So yeah, they picked the Ezreal first, and like contested Ezreal Maokai bot lane. Crazy.
what a world! What a
What a world.
world! Ezreal Maokai being the absolute Chad duo in this series.
We're gonna see the fourth game over the Wukong coming out, and you never know. It can still go to X. We saw him play in game one, and but after that, we saw Dragonus play it. Games 2, 3.
Yeah, the massive success that Draconus is having on this Kong. I don't know that there's any reason for RPG to stop on
Yeah,
that one.
they're gonna ban the Mordekaiser just in case they want to actually send this Wukong top, but banning out the Ivern already, and then looks like they are opting to ban out the Vladimir. Even though Vladimir was put so far behind in game three, it ended up being still a big issue at the end of the game. Because he was able to, or Inferno was able to farm pretty well on it, and was able to catch these waves and eventually become a problem no matter what.
Yep.
So we're gonna see a either blind, either they're gonna give up the actual flex of the Wukong jungle, or they're gonna actually have to blind mid, and I'm curious to see what they opt to do here.
Seraphine from last game is open.
Oh, they're gonna pick the
Okay.
Orianna. They're gonna just lock in Xerath. Watch. So I'm gonna guess. I I saw this before. I've seen it again, and yeah, the Xerath. I'm gonna put a lot of money on it, and there it is. And we
There's the
lock it in.
hover. Thinking about it.
They're thinking about it, thinking about it.
And you called this like 2 games ago.
Oh, they swapped the Garen.
Oh.
Oh, I was almost right, but or is it? Nah, but
There's nothing in chat, right? Okay. That
yeah,
is in fact a Garen
yeah.
happening.
The Garen mid, and I think Kain has played Garen mid, and they might opt to, swap again with Kain playing the Garen. Has Kain played Garen? I thought he did, but I know Kain wanted that Xerath mid. They opted to go for a different approach this game because the possibility of Wukong jumping on the Xerath is very high, especially when if he gets flanked or anything like that.
I That is a really interesting way that they just rounded out that draft with the Garen and the Galio.
The Garen the Galio, it's a very, very tanky comp. They have a lot of shields.
Yeah.
Um, but we see RPG Cubs using that Orianna the least thin, and Galio does become a problem for Orianna because Galio gets so tanky and it's almost impossible to kill if you're Orianna. So Orianna will have to go Leandry this game, or they're gonna end up doing no damage. Uh, but least thin coming out, and I'm excited for this one.
Lee Sin can be so hit or miss. It it does feel like X is a solidly like aggressive player, so like Lee Sin definitely the matches the player type. I'm curious about the mechanical ability, having not seen the Lee Sin yet. There's all the dedicated Lee Sin tricks that are required uh to make the champion succeed in a good way.
Yeah.
Um it's a little iffy with how tanky the Shyvana gets and how we saw things go last game with Shyvana getting very tanky while still churning out a lot of damage. Um, I feel like the Lee Sin usually does better when he has squishier targets to go for, and really that's just Ezreal. But Ezreal's gonna have walk on this Karma potentially.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure the Waka is gonna be on the Karma. I think they're gonna have Kai'En on this Garen. Um, and I think they're gonna send Kai'En top against the Wukong in this game. The Galio, I think it's mostly because I don't think Inferno actually plays Garen. Yes, Garen is a fairly simple champion, and it's very hard to outplay yourself. But it's just I just see Kai'En playing it more in this game.
I I'm really struggling to see what Garen brings to the comp. I guess it's just a tanky, damagey pick to try to fight the Wukong. But like if Wukong takes the initiative in the trade, goes in with the Nimbus Strike and the Q, and then decoys out before Garen can come back with his own Q, Wukong just gets away with the trade for free.
So a big thing about that is that the you know the Warrior's Trickster, I think this was called, but the cooldown is still pretty high. So if Wukong keeps contesting waves, Garen's just gonna most likely go that phase rush, stride breaker into Mortal Reminder build where it's a lot of damage. If Garen does get on top of Wukong, it's pretty much a free kill because you do so much damage in such a short amount of time, and you're able to stay on top of them with that phase rush. I don't see
Mm,
another. Yeah. So right now it looks like Inferno did lock in that Galio and Kai'Den locked in the Garen. So
yeah.
that's what I'm gonna think that's gonna happen is they're just gonna keep swapping lanes. But I'm curious to see if Fantasy and Dragonist look to swap lanes as well, to try to get that Wukong against the Galio.
I wonder why they chose to take fantasy off the Lux. It wasn't banned, and he's been definitely effective on the champion. Like the damage, the picks. It's Oriana does such different things. There's not the same like pick potential specifically, like except for shockwave on the cooldown. You don't have the same light binding.
Yeah, I think he felt the pressure, or they felt the pressure. Basically because of how many like Ezreal, was able to dodge all the skill shots mostly, and then eventually you see I Praise God that was just on top of Lux the entire game, just one shotting, even though the Shyvana was building more of a bruiser build.
Yep.
So that's why I think they gave a little bit more team fight presence rather than going for that all in guess long range poke style champions. That's why they like opted to take the Maokai. It's still, they still get control over the bush during major objectives. But this time
Mhm.
Oriana's there instead of the Lux, where they could look for a bit massive shockwave if CBI tries to contest.
Ooh. Well, with draft locked in here, we are going to let this spectator countdown tick down. Don't go anywhere, loyal viewers. We will be right back with game 4 of CBI versus RPG. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for game four, all loaded in onto the Rift. Got CBI on blue side, RPG on red side, and got another 5 point with saplings.
Why does Kain have first strike?
First strike and
I
ignite.
I mean the ignite is more given, but first strike? Interesting. I am
Yeah.
flabbergasted. I wonder if he's done that in the past, but it doesn't seem that amazing. Given that, the Wukong might get the trade in first, especially with the actually, does first strike proc on the W? I think it does actually on the clone, but
Okay.
I'm actually curious to see what happened there. Oh, money.
There's a first strike proc right there. Five
First strike
gold.
proc. But what's happening?
Oh my god, the follow-up trade from Dracnus just running him down with auto.
Yeah,
Getting popular.
was the 10 gold worth it? I'm gonna say no, because that's a lot of damage, and he's gonna actually have to start a little bit further back to let his health heal up a little bit, and he's actually gonna. Oh, he actually got the minions.
Okay. Yeah, he's trying to play around Dracnus
Yeah,
having the Nimbus strike at level 1.
yeah. It's a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage, and kind of definitely felt that. Overall, I'm pretty sure I've seen more first strikes in this series than I have all season. So, again, we see Dragonus is taking that trade
Oh god.
immediately. And
Not getting the better of that trade.
yeah, this time Dragonus is actually taking the TP instead of the
Yep.
Ignite because, it was a big issue that RPG had last game is that they weren't able to have him in the fight. Whenever he showed up to a side lane and there was a fight on the other side of the map, he couldn't be there.
I wonder if the Nimbus strike animation starts and Chitin plate presses E, does the Garen spin do damage before the damage comes through on Nimbus strike? Is that how first strike works there?
I think it depends on which hits first, especially because the, it's a pretty quick animation for the Nimbus Strike. So
Yeah,
if Kain is able to press E immediately, I think he would get the first strike proc.
really interesting. Just very like niche matchup specific
Yeah,
knowledge, if
I
that's how
think
that works.
I personally wouldn't go with the first strike. That's just me,
No.
but it's it's pretty interesting to see. But typical runes across the board for everyone else. A lot of damage is putting on down to Stubby, and the Karma. The Karma is a very oppressive laner.
Yeah, she just keeps throwing out these mantra Qs for the big AoE pop. And while Hyper's not taking much damage from all that, as I as I say that, he goes down to half life. But Stubby is not as tanky.
And yeah, and just the blunt end of that trade. It looks like Dragon has actually got the better of that trade, and kind of unfortunately misses cannon. But this wave is pushing into Dragon's favor. He's gonna be able to pick up all this farm. Kind of will be able to get it back off. But right now, the gold lead is in favor of CBI, and that just comes from just a little bit of a CS lead.
Yeah. Pure CS leads coming out. A couple up on I Praise God. Uh, was a couple up in bot lane, but that's been evened out.
Yeah, it's a lot of that is actually coming from the Spell Thief's Edge as well.
Yep.
Already 317 gold farmed up for Waka on his Karma. So that's where the missing gold is. It was pretty hard to see, but yeah, that's already a lot of gold.
Oh,
RPG X is getting a bad end of this trade is with Lee Sin, and he's gonna be forced to get out there and Hyper also taking a bad trade and getting forced to flash. Whew, those are some quick series of events that just happened.
Down, and at least temporarily, it seems like they dissuaded I Praise God from going for this dragon.
Uh-oh.
Dracnus is running down Chitin, the autos are coming through, and Chitin flashes out.
Yeah, right now with that Sheen, we saw it last game. Dragonus loves using that Sheen power spike to just go in for like massive all-in trades.
Yep. Okay. So the Hextech Drake has been started. Got a full 4-man from both teams there.
That's a lot
Galio
of
gets
damage.
a nice taunt going for Fantasy, who flashes over the wall. X is on top of him. The dragon goes down, exhaust on
Hyper doesn't
Stubby,
have
who
his flash.
jumps
He's
out.
gonna go down.
Hyper gets first blooded by the
Yeah.
Justice Punch.
Yeah, Hyper didn't have flash as he thought it was burned earlier, and he was caught between a rock and a Galio. And the Galio won.
And I've got to say, Inferno SK having
Uh-oh.
so far. Oh, there's the Cyclone in after the decoy. The shield active goes down by Chitin, but he is taken out.
Yeah, and oh, the shockwave misses just barely. But as we saw last game, the minute the Cyclone's up, we see a kill for the Wukong, but this time it wasn't first blood because the first blood was already gained by Inferno SK, and it seems like right now Inferno's having a much better start to the game, especially because he's going to be able to get a little bit more tanky. He's going to be able to take a lot more aggressive trades on TSL Fantasy.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was thinking too. Inferno definitely having a much better start to this game. This Galio into Oriana lane is a good look so far.
Yeah, and Kain right now has about 68 gold in his pocket from that first strike. I'm not sure how would be like a mistake because it's not like he was running first strike last game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to think about that. He's like, yeah, he definitely wasn't running first strike.
Khan getting another massive trade. Still has flash. Garen gets the E.
Whew.
Thinks about going back out.
Yeah, he wanted to get another Q off onto the decisive strike onto Dragoness, and because then it was a possibility that the Demontian Justice would actually kill him. But still, the gold lead is, you know, about 400 in favor of CBI, but the CS lead in top lane is about to, you know, increase drastically for Dragoness.
So I'm not a Garen expert, but that's a noon quiver. Does Garen build? Like, could that be a Gale Force?
I wonder. I gotta do some research real quick.
Like, if he can Gale Force while spinning, I guess I can kind of see that working. Oh,
I
there's the...
don't. I have no clue. I don't think that's a thing, but maybe it's a thing he wants to try. If it's like, you know, maybe he's gonna go for like a Kraken Slayer, but maybe it's a Gale Force. But right now, Hyper is in a bad spot.
Hyper in the bush. Yeah, I praise. Oh, Waka actually got that.
Yeah, you know, the Mantra Q, a lot of damage, but
Yep.
gold being shared all over the place. Right now, it's a, you know, Hyper's got his level 7, RPG X is level 6, and, you know, you expect at least, oh.
Wow, Stubby goes over the wall, contesting the Grom.
Uh-oh.
And I praise God just bit off way more than he can chew. Justice Punch lands onto Fantasy, and Inferno gets another kill.
Yeah.
The Winds of War come out, and yeah, Stubby has to jump away.
Yeah, that will be a trade back, and you know it did force I Praise God to use the ult to try to get away. A lot of resources burned to try to kill I Praise God, but it's a great ultimate. The hero's entrance to get that trade back heat, but Inferno did blow his own flash as well.
I did not notice when X took the Herald, but it just use it for two solo plates on mid.
Yep. He just, try to get a little bit of gold for himself. As it stands right now, he's about 200 or about 300 gold behind I Praise God. But the big part is that we saw I Praise God becoming a very tanky boy last game, where he
Yeah.
was doing a lot of damage to these squishies, and it feels like it's about to happen again this game.
You can tell I praise God's feeling himself because we've got a dark seal on the Shibata.
Oh wow. Yeah, the Dark Seal comes out. Inferno already has their first mythic build, the Everfrost, completed. And Kain is down here ready for this dragon fight.
Oh, looks like we're getting a full 5v5.
Hmm.
I praise God. He just ult over the wall to get in the back. Alright, Inferno SK is zoning, has the choke point blocked off, goes for the taunt. There's the Everfrost. Dragon does go down, and now the RPG Cubs are running. Hyper gets taken out by the Garen spin. Wukong's in there with the spin, and I
With the
just got
spin. But yeah. It
desynced. Sorry.
Oh, good. But yeah, it was a little bit too aggressive up there for Inferno SK. He took a lot of damage early in the fight. Yes, they were able to get a couple quick kills, or it just ended poorly because the whole team of CPI scattered. Yes, they got the dragon, but they lost literally basically everyone in the fight.
Yeah. Uh, Pause for 1 second to get me synced back up. I am
Yeah, of course.
very, very sorry about that. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back really shortly because that's my. Okay. Sorry about that. We are back in action, all synced up, ready for more.
Yeah, after what you didn't see is W was almost killed right there in bot lane. Just Adishan dishing out a lot of damage. We have it all in top lane basically. That's a lot of damage coming out for the Wukong. But already the
Dracnus is 2 levels up on Kite.
2 levels up, and look at the yes lead, but I praise God is here. It's level 9. Let's see if Kain is gonna be able to live through this. And
Titan gets out. There's the
Kaiden did
Cyclone,
get silence down.
decoy, the 2-man knockup for the follow-up. Where's the Garen Arl?
Oh,
Oh,
it
they
was
run
down
away.
actually. It was down. It just came up, but it did
Oh,
not matter as the shutdown was picked up by I praise God, and Kaiden was able to get out with his life. So they get a lot of gold back right there.
and honestly, I really like that gold going to I Praise God. Get the dragon
Oh,
bigger. Oh, the Justice Punch interrupts Tristana's jump, but the combo is down, and there's the Winds of War. The Cluster
oh,
Shot
oh.
gets Stubby out, but the True Shot Barrage snipes her.
Wow, that interrupt was absolutely insane, and that was like the best sequence of events happened for CPR right there. Able to kill Stubia with a snipe, and a lot of this gold is just getting dished around. Yeah, everyone is getting a part of these kills.
Yep.
The big factor is we saw this in game 3. We saw this in a lot of these games where Drakenus is like, the main factor of the team, is like the person you got to be scared of. But right now, you have a lot of gold being distributed around your whole team comp, with the Ezreal being gonna do a lot of damage. Chitin is not doing as bad as what happened last game, but
Yeah.
it's gonna end up becoming better for him as the game goes on. As I don't know what he's looking to build. It might be Gale Force, it might be Kraken Slayer. It's probably Gale Force, but he's just gonna look to play as like an assassin.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking to get onto either Fantasy or Stubby and get a one-shot as Hyper gets rooted up by Waka. The Maokai ult does nothing to stop him from getting burned down.
Yeah, and as the bot lane tower goes down, the second Rift Herald will be taken by RPGX. It's a trade that we've seen often throughout this whole series, where it feels like RPG is looking for these Rift Heralds while CPI is looking for the dragons.
Yeah, I think they've gotten every single Herald. Like, I think legitimately 2 per game every game.
Yeah, and this just in, CB Rangers does take down Rivals 3-1. So they will be advancing to the semifinals.
Ooh. It turns out it is not rival season.
Oh, unfortunate. But they did put up a good fight, so congrats to them for putting up a great fight during the season, and um, we hope to see him next season. But as we get back into this game, we have a dragon coming up, the Cloud, coming up in about 10 seconds. We'll see another Cloud Soul this game.
Ooh. Karen just completed the Gale Force for this fight.
You hate to see it. Your TSL Fantasy, you do a QW combo on the Galio, and he loses like 50 health.
Yeah, the passive shield from Galio putting in a lot of work from this Oriana, who doesn't really have the like headline damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage putting down RPGX, and he's going to be about 60% health for this dragon, and it's going to be started by RPG.
Shot Barrage flies through.
Right,
Hyper's getting
Gale
run
Force.
down by I Praise God. There's the Maokai ult coming out. There's a nice taunt out of Inferno SK, but Drakenus is in
Hyper
there
goes
with the
in while
Wukong
Stubby
ult.
wants to go out, and that is going to be another dragon secured most likely, as the smite is down for RPGX because he's dead. So
There's the flash forward by Inferno SK, gets the taunt onto Fantasy. Waka gets the kill, and now Stubby's making a break for it. Doesn't go for the blast cone. I Praise God is just running him down.
Yeah, and he's gonna be
flash over the wall.
And just like that, the Gale Force comes in handy, and he's able to assassinate RPGX, taking the smite off the board for RPG.
Dragoness is looking for it, gets rooted by the Karma.
Yeah, and it looks like Guy was looking for the flank before Hyper came into his vision, so just like that, we're on soul point for CBI, and they're up about 2.3k gold. And as interesting this Garen build is, it's oh my god, if you're Stubby,
Shot barrages.
If you're Stubby, that's the second time you die, and you died because of the True Shot Barrage coming in from long distance.
That was absolutely ridiculous. The cursed mid lane outer turret for Stubby this game.
At this point, he's like, yo, just let this go down. I just want to make sure this goes down, so I have a little bit of time. But that's the second kill for Addy Sean, just both coming off the True Shot Barrage onto Stubby, and it's more of a waiting game to see if Dragoness is going to be able to make his lead any more like significant, because at this point Kain's playing a little bit passive, where he's just letting Dragoness push into the tower, and Kain's just farming the wave under tower.
Yep, there's pretty much, unless Dragoness goes in with literally 0 mana, I just don't see a world in which Chitin can win the 1v1
unless
without
Dragoness
bush
dive,
control.
Unless he dives, Chitin. Chitin will win that if Dragoness does die because of the true vision given by the turret.
True. Okay, we've got a fight coming in mid. There's a ward hop, but Ezreal arcane shift out of the kick.
Yeah, and that will actually force Infernal to, use a TP. And just he thought there was gonna be a massive fight that breaks out, so he will be using TP. He tried to get there for the fight, which never actually happened, and
Yeah.
he's just gonna look to go back bot lane.
That's where you see the different combos get used in the higher tier Lee Sins, where you're going for plays that are faster than can be reacted to with just like an arcane shift like that.
Yeah, and the game is playing out how CPI wants to right now. Yes,
But
they're gonna lose a tower up top, and you're trying. You don't want to be there. You just want to get out. But the all-in will come
there's the
out.
Cyclone.
Oh, he actually wins
Oh
that.
my
The
god.
Gale Force actually
Demacian
did so much
Justice.
damage. Oh, Stubby, will you go down to another?
Stubby?
Oh no, True Shot Barrage is down. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see another one, but yeah, the game is actually playing out as in CPI's favor.
Adishan goes hunting for Stubby, but instead finds X, who has to get out of there. I Praise God is running in, is exhausted, goes into a wall, it looked like, but takes pretty much no damage and is getting out.
Yeah, and with the fact that Kaiden just won the 1v1 against Dragoness, it feels like CPI has full control of this game. Their gold lead is now at about 4K, about to be close to 5K after this, with Dragon coming up in about 1 minute.
Bounties are on for RPG.
Yeah, and so far, you know, it feels like, and if this goes to game 5, I feel like the Wukong isn't gonna be the the optimal, like the first pick of RPG. I think it's gonna be the Ezreal.
Yeah, the prio going on to the Ezreal, it seems like he wears the pants in the relationship, not the Maokai.
Yeah, it's I mean, it feels like both Stubby and Adishan are doing really well on Ezreal. It's more of just like the poke that is just providing in these fights. A lot of fighting isn't happening in bot lane. It's more of the fighting that's happening is team fights, and that's where the
Yep.
team fights are happening. It's around this dragon. A lot of poke is coming to play, and the Ezreal is providing a lot of it.
And we're really seeing the impact of the True Shot Barrage cooldown buff that just came in
Yeah.
today. It feels like that is constantly available.
Yeah, it's actually. Oh,
Wukong goes over the wall, gets the Cyclone onto Adishan and to Waka. There's flashes out. Waka goes down, but Draconus goes down to the Garen spin.
oh, the shockwave only hits I Praise God, and that's another True Shot project.
Barrage flies
Oh
through
my
their.
God.
Oh, the flash forward by Stubby, looking for I Praise God, who's running out. Dragon form goes down. But now Lee Sin's looking for Chitin and Adishan.
Yeah,
They're
right
all
now.
so low.
Yeah, it's just this. Oh, let's see what Hyper decides to do here. Oh my
Flash
God.
in by Chitin, and Adishan finishes off Hyper. Jump in by Stubby, Buster shot out against Adishan, who has low mana. All right, here's X, misses the Q.
Yeah.
There's the
Oh.
Mystic shot.
Okay. So we have the True Shot Barrage coming up. It's about 75% the way done. Will.
Oh, Draconus just revived and TP'd in. Goes over the wall, and I Praise God gets a good juke. Lee Sin lands the Q. That's
Yeah,
going
it's.
over the wall.
Let's see where this dragon lies. It's gonna be mostly a 50-50 because both junglers have this might. I Praise God doesn't have his ultimate available. Wait, and
Ult is coming up. True Shot Barrage flies through, and X gets chunked out. Okay, there's the dragon form into the pit for a bit of healing. Draconus goes in with the decoy, and Shyvana gets the dragon. That's Cloud Soul going to CBI. Now
Yeah.
for the fight. Shyvana's in there. Adishan gets the kill onto Draconus. But this is looking pretty good for RPG. High Praise God gets the kill onto Fantasy before going down. And that shutdown goes to Hyper. Now Chitin rejoins the fight. Gale forces in onto Hyper.
yeah, it's just a game of assassinating for Kaiden at this point, using the Storm Razor Gale Force. We see how much damage that Decisive Strike is doing. So if he's able to ever get that onto top of a carry, it's pretty much a one-shot with the Demacian Justice. But Cloud Soul does go over to CBI, and we saw them get it last game, which they eventually used to win the game. Um, so even though a lot of gold was also gained by RPG, a lot of extra value was gained by CBI as well.
And the Cloud Soul value is actually, I feel like, really big for, especially like you see Waka with the constant mantra availability is going to get a ton of move speed. I Praise God is going to be so big in that dragon form with the additional move
Yep.
speed, and even Inferno. Like once the hero's entrance comes in, he's going to be zooming through the team fights.
Not just that is you basically have also I Praise God, right? It's literally the whole team where they're gonna be able to continuously chase after some of these carries where even if Stubby is able to jump away, the movement speed is just gonna create close the distance pretty easily.
Looking to jump Inferno down
Yeah,
here. Praise God is in the area, and Inferno has stopwatch. Justice Punch
yeah,
goes in.
that's
There's the aftershock.
damn.
There's the second charge of the Cyclone.
And so
Everfrost misses. Now, yeah, here's the
yeah, it's
ult in and run him down.
yeah, it's just the just the constant movement speed, the ghost being proc, the ultimate proc into Cloud Soul. It's so hard to get away from that. And Draken has tried to get that assassination attempt to try to get some pressure on the map, but unfortunately, RPG X taking a lot of damage.
All right, they're going for Kite. Getting kited out, and oh my God, the Gale Force into the queue almost one-shot Stubby, but Kite
Yeah,
does go down.
yeah, he wasn't able to get the Demacian strike off, but like with this build, he can actually just one shot, and it feels like he's playing with his food. Yes, he didn't have the best early game, but now he's just having a lot of fun with this build.
Yeah, that looks like we're gonna get a third item, eye edge.
I think so as well. He's gonna go for the Infinity Edge, but the next objective on board is definitely Baron.
Yep.
It's gonna be set up pretty easily, especially with most of CBI doing pretty well. And this is also why I feel like I Praise God did go for the full tank build early on, is because the fact that Kaiden is going to go for that, a little bit more damage centric. So they wanted to have a little bit better frontline for, Waka, Adishan, and Kaiden to do a little bit of damage. Uh, so, but now he's probably going to opt into that demonic embrace.
Yeah, it makes sense. With the AP scaling off of HP, this Chevron has so much HP right now and is getting so many free defensive stats from the passive. The it makes a lot of sense to go demonic.
I wonder if they actually practiced a Garen top in like a scrim or something. It's like, you know what? I want to try Garen, but I want to go one-shot build. I want to play like a Tryndamere or something.
They put themselves in a really interesting place here because the Baron's up, but they're not really pushing for it to force it. And now
Yeah.
we've got 90 seconds till the Elder comes.
The first strike gold actually hasn't, amount to much. It was only about 436 gold, so not very much from your, your keystone.
And greetings to the viewers from the other stream who just watched Conduit take the win. We are here. This is 2-1. RPG is up over CB Ibiza.
Yeah, so Conduit taking the win 3-1 over New World Esports Mercury. That is F's in the chat for possibly some memes that I've enjoyed for a little bit. But we'll see if this game actually goes to game 5. I feel like every time I'm like, every time I think we've been like game 5 every stream for BOL one for the past like
Oh, Garen catches X, goes for the spin. The Demacian Justice doesn't get the kill, but Chitin finishes him off anyways. And
holy
that's no
crap.
jungler for an Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and it's gonna force Fantasy to use the TP to try to get a little bit closer into this fight. The True Shot Barrage just feels like a mystic shot at this point because it's I see it on the board every second.
I
Holy
praise
moly.
God is so deep. Going for a 3v1,
Oh,
jumping onto Stubby.
look
And
how
he's
fast
walking
he is.
out.
He just walks out. He's just doing so much. He's so fast.
Oh,
But
Draconus has to run for his life. Inferno successfully dealing with the Wukong.
yeah, and with the Shockwave down and Jungler down, it's gonna be an Elder Dragon picked up by CBI, and we already. I want to see if Kain could actually like Gale Force Q somebody and kill them, and I think that could happen. I think he would be able to do that.
Oh yeah, especially having gotten the BF sword component for this Infinity Edge. Uh, Stubby and Fantasy, I think, are very much one-shottable. And
Yeah,
it's just a question of when X gets into that dangerous, dangerous zone too.
and this one big thing is if you're looking to like contest this Baron, I think you just either go for their steal or just let them have it because you don't want to go for an all-in 5v5 fight against an
No
Elder
way, yeah.
team. And that definitely could have been a 50-50 with any type of vision, but it's just gonna be a free Baron, and with Elder Dragon or Elder on the squad, they will probably push to try to win here.
And I do like that, like you said, there was no way RPG can test in a full 5v5 versus Elder Dragon. So they chose to take 2 towers and get a pretty solid chunk of bounty gold.
Yeah, the one thing is that I'm pretty sure that CBS Com can literally walk up and I Praise God could press R and just get into the middle of all five of them while Inferno just use the heroic entrance on top to either, force a little bit of kills, force engage, or anything of that nature. I don't think TSL Fantasy is strong enough to, make a game-changing shockwave at this point.
No, yeah. The Oriana has been honestly probably pretty straightforward for an Oriana, but like CB has been really running this game, dictating the pace of it.
Yeah, and,
Inferno gets kicked back. There's the Gale Force with the
uh-oh.
combo, and then there's a massive ult from I Praise God. It takes out RPGX.
Yeah, and just like that, they try to make a play on the top lane, but it's very easy for I Praise God to get over there, especially with the burnout and especially with the ultimate with the Cloud Soul. I feel like you could go across the entire map in a couple seconds.
So that's 3 inhibs down just like that.
Oh,
Gale Force in. There's the Demacian Justice and the Elder. Draconus goes in with the
yeah,
Cyclone, but just goes down. And they are turning for the Nexus, and that's 2-2.
and
CB Ibiza versus RPG.
just like that, we go to game 5. It felt like almost a draft difference. So in these games, I feel like RPG was playing basically the same thing, right?
Yep,
Ibiza did, change up their style. They know what to pick against the RPG team, but they keep on going back for the Wukong. Ibiza knows that they're gonna pick Wukong, and they're probably gonna pick Maokai if it's up. And so, what do? We know what they're gonna pick. Let's look for a plan of action against that team. And yes, they picked a Shyvana that worked very well, and then they go for the Garen that, yes, early on didn't do too hot, but later in the game it had a major impact in the game. So against that Maokai, I don't think they could pick Maokai anymore against them unless they ban like a Karma. The Karma just negated a lot of Maokai's pressure early on the lane and
yep.
advantages where they were able to contest these dragons, which they weren't able to contest at all.
So if you're RPG, you do you think you go blue side and take the first pick Ezreal in this game? And almost like dare CBI to contest the Wukong pick or go for just more Shyvana?
So the Shyvana, the Shyvana is definitely causing issues, but you can't leave up something like Udyr or Lilia because it will be picked. Um, so
True.
I think it's more on um RPG to become less predictable. Their whole draft has been pretty predictable. Um, opposed from a couple of other picks like the Lee Sin that we saw. It didn't have a major impact.
Yeah.
Where the Lee Sin would have impact. So it's gonna be RPG's uh, side selection. If they're gonna choose red or blue, and if they want to opt for red, they're gonna give up the Ezreal once again. And
Yep.
Ezreal has a 100% win rate in in this series. I feel like it's a blue angle, and you just take the Ezreal away and let them pick Maokai if they want. And I don't think they're actually gonna opt to pick Maokai just without the Ezreal. It's gonna be a little interesting what they want to actually choose.
Well, don't go anywhere, fans. We are going to see how this series wraps up in one final game after the break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, viewers. We're here for game 5. After taking a quick 2-0 lead in the series, RPG have lost the last two, and CB Ibiza has come roaring back to tie it up. And we've just got one game left. Win or lose, this is it.
Yeah, it's for all the marbles, and just like that, RPG Cubs takes Ezreal pick one. Um, so blue one, Ezreal. The Shyvana actually got banned, and they actually three banned. I praise God. I wonder they opted for the Cho'Gath.
Okay, so the last time these two played in the regular season on stream, they ran Cho'Gath Senna bot lane.
Yeah, it's a very filthy lane, and that's what they're gonna opt to go for here against the Maokai Ezreal. So RPG Cubs finally get the Ezreal. They're gonna get the Wukong.
Wukong instead of Maokai? I mean, they can take both if they want,
They
but
can take both, but the fact that they picked Wukong here, um, is still a flex, right? We
yep,
saw in game one where they ended up picking Jax top lane. So the the idea is that the Jax band will still probably still come into play for CP Ibiza,
yep.
but
Ooh,
they
taking
opted
away
for
the
the Karma,
karma.
took it away. So are they opting for a mid lane Karma, or are they actually gonna send that bot lane with Ezreal?
Wow, Maokai fans in shambles right now.
Maokai fans in shambles. We're not gonna see a Maokai again, but Olaf being taken, and eventually, never mind.
uh, okay, I like
Okay,
the Hecarim.
the Hecarim.
It's a it's a strong pick. It's another pick that really wants to dictate the pace of the map. If it falls behind, I think it's worse than the Shyvana from behind. But I guess he's still got the AoE CC on the alt, so he can still do some things. But it's
There
something
goes
they
the
still
Jax.
really
There
want
goes
to.
the Garen. But it's honestly, so they take the Ivern away as well. So they're taking away the options of the jungle pick. But I know X plays a lot of like Diana or Kane, but right now the ball is in CB's court is who they want to blind pick right now, and they opt to go for the Tom Kench. It worked pretty well early on in game three, but or game two actually, and
Yep.
then it eventually just didn't do anything. And well,
Oh.
just like that, they don't pick it. But
Uh,
hold up, is that Lulu mid? I
so
think it,
the last time they played, they
unless they might
ran.
not be playing the choke at Senna, but
Yeah, so game one they played Cho'Gath Senna bot. Game two they swapped Cho'Gath into top, but that was with a previous top laner. Um, but I mean, obviously Cho'Gath can go top. It is a flexible pick. Ooh, and then
and
Gwen gets locked in.
yeah, Gwen definitely in a better state than she was after she just got absolutely gutted. Um, Still, it can be going to jungle. Wukong can still be that flex, but at this point, I I think that Wukong might be actually just going to jungle.
Okay, and Corky mid. This RPG team has so much damage. It
Yeah,
is a little ludicrous, but they're very low on CC, and that's a Tryndamere.
yeah. So I think it actually is going to be. I think it is actually going to be that Lulu mid. Honestly. I don't know. There's a lot of things that could go. All I know for 100% sure is Hecarim is going to the jungle. Lock
after
that
what
in.
we just
And
after
Senna's
what we
going
just
top lane.
saw with the Garen, I feel like this is going to be a Kite and Tryndamere.
Kayn does play a lot of Tryndamere. So that could be a Tryndamere mid as well. And it could be also be Kayn going Tryndamere top.
True.
And this is very, very unique. I like it. It's a game five. This is what we like to see. As you pointed earlier,
Ah,
a lot of damage for RPG Cubs. Not a lot of tankiness though. We're
yep.
probably gonna see Dragonus be that tank again with Death Stance. and almost like a bruiser build. I'm gonna assume that he's not going to go the Triforce build against the Cho'Gath Hecarim. Uh, the only thing that might persuade him to do otherwise is try to burst down Tryndamere before he gets burst down.
So you're thinking it's the Wukong top and Gwen jungle?
Uh,
I've been going
no.
back and forth. I
It can be either. That's the
I
thing.
yeah.
I don't think X actually plays Gwen. So I'm actually gonna
Okay.
go back and yeah, I think it's actually gonna be the Gwen top.
I kind of like Lulu into Gwen. Think that's okay. Like Wukong can be really oppressive in top lane matchups, especially against Lulu. Like if she doesn't have polymorph, Wukong kind of kills her. But like,
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a Wukong jungle. Uh,
okay,
Draconis has the second most played champion in their disposal is Gwen.
okay. I know CBI banned it one of those games, but it didn't look like RPG was super interested in picking it. They've just been focused very hard on the Wukong all series long.
And just this just in, TA Dayspa believe won game 4, which means that they're also going to a game 5.
Whew.
Interesting, interesting. But uh right
Okay.
now, I think is that a Lulu mid? Yeah, I think it is Lulu mid. I think Inferno's taking Lulu mid. Kaino's taking the Tryndamere top.
I
Wait,
mean,
RPGX is gonna play. Let me go back.
I'm choosing to not get excited until
Hmm.
spectator delay hits and we see everything like locked into place.
Yeah, it's just let's take it.
I think Gwen Gwen Jungle got nerfed so that it's not like pro play level effective as a jungler, but
I
she still has a totally fine clear speed.
no, I don't think X plays Gwen. That's the thing.
Oh.
So I think this is gonna be kind of a bait thing that they're gonna try to pull. Uh, so I do believe it's gonna be Senna at bot lane, kind of going top with the Tryndamere and Inferno, going mid with the Lulu because that the combo of Hecarim Lulu is actually kind of nasty.
Yeah,
Uh, let's
yeah,
see.
for sure. And Inferno had a great game 4. Like absolutely clutch plays all over the place. The Galio looked super good.
Yeah, he was able to play mostly his main role. I think he plays mostly mid. He doesn't play that much top. So playing against someone like Draconis is kind of unfortunate. But as of right now, we don't see a swap coming out.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. No swapping has happened yet. So I think this is the lineup we are going to see, unless they're literally waiting until it's 20 seconds is the cutoff for trades, right?
Yeah, it's 20
Oh.
seconds.
Okay. So it is going to be Wukong top, Gwen jungle, Corki mid, Ezreal Karma bot versus uh, Inferno Lulu, Hecarim jungle, Chitin Tryndamere, uh, Cho'Gath Senna bot lane.
I think it might have been persuaded for RPG to play the Gwen because of the Tryndamere. So
Fair.
it's I want to know how how much he's actually practiced a champion.
The the problem I have with the Gwen jungle in this comp is that they do not have pretty much any setup for ganks. like the Karma root is the only CC they have. They otherwise just have a ton of damage, and it's going to be really tough for X to get into these lanes and get a gank off unless the players from CBI are really like disrespectfully pushed forward.
Yeah, honestly, it does look like X doesn't actually play Gwen that much. So I wonder if this is like I'll just take it because it's a bad matchup for you type of situation.
Yeah.
Um, so I want to see how well he does. It's not like a champion that you can just pick up and do well.
Yeah. As someone who's tried it's a bit tough.
It takes a few games knowing the patterns. Yes, unless they practice it like heavily in scrims or something like that.
But all right, one last time, we are going to throw this to a break to get loaded into game and get synced up. Don't go anywhere, faithful viewers. Game 5 coming at you. Welcome back, viewers. We are loaded into game. It is RPG Cubs on blue side versus CB Ibiza on red side.
Yeah, so a big thing here is, like we said, it's the Gwen jungle, and a big reason why it's probably came out because if I feel like RPG believed the Cho'Gath was coming top, and the Cho'Gath going top was basically like, oh, give me Gwen, you can go Wukong jungle. But the minute the Tryndamere is picked, it creates havoc for Gwen, but it's a good matchup for Wukong. So I believe they opted to go that route. But this puts RPGX on a champion that they barely play. Um, so we might see a vast difference in their overall gameplay in this game.
Got an interesting lineup. It might just be for the 5 point, but Inferno is covering top, so we might see the Tryndamere mid
Yeah,
add another layer to the mind game.
that's actually interesting because
Oh, the spin in.
yeah, like I mentioned, it's a better matchup for Wukong to play against the Tryndamere. So that's what they wanted to have it, but they're just gonna put Inferno on this Lulu against the Wukong matchup, and it's just gonna feel so bad for a little bit.
I mean, the trade looked pretty okay. That the same thing, level one,
Oh,
going
auto
with the
kill.
Nimbus strike.
Yeah, and right now they're just trying to play to get out of the lane. That's the plan for CB Ibiza, and eventually they're just gonna actually scale into becoming monsters.
Adishan gets rooted up. The ignite goes down. The heal in exchange by Waka.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a poke game for RPG in this bot lane, especially with the Karma, especially with the Ezreal. Ezreal 100% win rate in this series so far, and they're looking for that entire poke comp yet again. They have the Corki this game, and it'll most likely be the AP version of it.
The slow onto Corky. The Valkyrie in. There's the spin out as Gwen comes in. Chitin's walking it out. Doesn't have to use any summoners.
Yeah, that actually could have been a force flash by Kite. RPGX just had to wait a half a second longer just for the E cooldown to come back up, and with the another auto and a, basically a full blown Q by RPGX, that would have been either a kill or a force flash.
With the time spent
Wow,
on. Oh,
top lane is actually going not too shabby.
see, this is why they made Hullbreaker. Because support tops were a degenerate thing that people were complaining about. But then
So
Hullbreaker shattered that. But not in this series.
as right now, 9 stacks for Waka. This bot lane, Addy, Sean, and Waka are just gonna look to like farm this out, try to survive this lane. TSL
Trinamere
Fantasy.
gets the slow. The Gatling gun comes out. I don't know if he has the mana for Valkyrie. That's a
Yeah,
short lane.
I really wanted to get a crit there, but unfortunately 30% didn't work out too well. Let's see, something of that. I think it's like 33%.
Yeah, I think so.
But so far, the game state's pretty much even. For the first time, Dragon is looking pretty low in
Nice two-man
lane.
knockup by Adishan and bot. There's the Shroud coming out from Senna for the speed boost. They're running him down. A nice knockup follow-up comes in. The flash in by Waka, and Inferno gets first blood in top. Stubby gets the kill onto Waka. There's a shield. Adishan gets the kill. Now Hyper's trying to make a
Oh,
run
Hyper
for it.
is looking for this play.
Waiting for the Q
The Inner
cooldown.
Flame is about to be back up. The Mantra Q is up right now, but with the amount of regen that Adishan has from just CSing,
Just
just a natural
farming.
thing,
Yeah.
it's a pretty unfortunate for Hyper, but a lot of sums burned for that trade.
And then, yeah, Draconus just teleported in, flashed in onto Inferno, who did trade flashes,
Hmm.
but went down anyways under the turret.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit of an overstay. Dragon is got the Sheen, yet again with the Sheen was able to get a kill off of it.
And this is going to be a full-on support Lulu, getting the Lucidity boots and the
Whew.
Fairy Charm on first back.
Yeah, kind of got the crit off. Getting some really good trades here. I'm surprised that RPG didn't want to, swap this mid and top lane already. Um, just because of the advantage that Wukong has in this lane pre-sick. They could have just played the swapping game and just tried to force him to do something. Uh, but right now, it looks like the wave is pushing him bot side. Adishan should be able to collect most of this.
Gwen is hovering around this dragon. They are pinging it, but CB has full vision over where X is going.
Yeah, and right now we don't see we haven't seen a lot of I Praise God. He's been just looking to full clear, looking to get this level 6, and
Yo,
hasn't been a major. It hasn't made like his, I guess, appearance yet until now. So once he gets level 6, I expect him to look for a lot of these like plays.
here
Or right
comes the
now,
bot lane. The knockup comes in onto Corky. Fantasy goes down to start the fight. Now Chitin spins over the wall, has Ghost running, gets the slow on 2. Like RPG is just backing out. That is Dragon to CBI.
yeah. Oh, will that?
Uh,
So right now, Inferno might be in a little bit of trouble if that Warrior Trickster is used. A quick Nimbus Strike into a concussive blow could actually kill Inferno, but it doesn't look like Dragoness is gonna look to make that play.
you can see Draconus wants it, but the
Yeah.
mana required to go for like the full combo would be pretty tight.
Oh,
Picks into the glitter lance. The angles were found.
he wanted
Really
to make
nice
the
play by
play. He
Inferno.
100% wanted to make the play, but it just the overstay. He was deciding if he wanted to actually go for it, but instead Inferno just looked to make the play themselves and just picks up a kill, and that's a lot of minions gone for Draconus.
Yeah. And I like X showing up to pick up the XP, pick up the gold. Gwen really needs items, needs XP to get into things. Now she's got the ult, so she has that slow to facilitate ganks, so it might be easier to get into one of these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting actually because let's see, we haven't seen a lot of these junglers in these lanes, right?
No.
Now I Praise Gods hits level 6. I think RPG X has been mostly farming, but just the sheer tempo. His top lane might be going
Oh, there's the ghost
a
from
point
I
of
Praise
interest.
God goes in. There's the decoy. Draconus is
Oh,
going
without
into
flash.
the river where X is
Oh,
there. Draconus goes down with the onslaught of shadows. Now Gwen's in the shroud, and the ult from Waka comes flying through.
yeah.
That's gonna be a herald.
Oh,
For
Fantasy is almost
CBI.
out of mana right here, and he could be in a
Fantasy.
bad spot.
Yeah, the Gatling gun comes out,
That's
and
it,
I
yeah.
Praise God gets another kill.
Yeah, Fantasy was in a very, very bad spot, and without the mana, without having a lot of damage in their kit, they end up going down. They actually opted to go for the Tiamat first item.
Yeah, this build is really interesting for fantasy and really doesn't lend itself to going and like participating in that fight, especially trying to be like the janitor sweeping up what was left over. Like
Yeah,
would have had Tear, Cull, and probably Longsword there, and that's just 0 damage.
yeah. You typically don't go for that Tiamat until you get the, the Mana Moon, and then getting the Luden's Echoes. Those are the.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
a nice
Oh!
knockup. And the feast comes in but doesn't
Yeah.
get the kill. Waka
Yeah,
cleans up Stubby.
Waka ends up getting that kill, but back to what I mentioned is it's the two core items for fantasy is getting those 2 items that being able to poke from long distance, and as we see it, the Herald is going to be used bot lane to, snowball this lead even more. We're 10 minutes in, and this goal lead is 4.4k.
We're at 10 minutes in, and Hecarim already has a Triforce.
Wow. Yeah, that's... Uh-oh.
Chitin's running down Fantasy. There's the spin forward, and the extra range from Lethal Tempo gets the kill.
Yeah, and, Kaiden is not going to go for, hyper any longer, but that's still 5.7k gold lead in advantage of CPI right now. They are running amok in this game, and it just seems like this game is going completely one-sided, unlike the other games.
Yeah, we've had such a close... Oh, there's the Cyclone in. There's the Warrior Trickster. Inferno is burning down the picks to save. Dragonus flashes forward and gets the kill with the Nimbus Strike.
Yeah, I think Inferno was just a little bit away from, using the wild growth, but Dragonus
There's
is good.
Adishan in top lane with the exhaust, the flash getting through, going on to Waka, but yeah, there's the kill for Adishan.
Yeah, just the rupture, just taking the life of Dragonus, but that could have been very, very close because the wild growth was up, but the mana wasn't there. So Dragonus does get the kill, gives his life for it, and the control for the dragon will be actually in favor of RPG because of how many resources were used up top.
The dragon goes down, but CBI is all here. Now Karma's just left alone in the pit. The sacrificial lamb. There's the onslaught of shadows, getting 3 with the fear. Ezreal shifts over the wall to get away. Now Fantasy's running, but I Praise God gets the kill. Pops Ghost, but there's nothing left to get unless he can find Stubby.
I Praise
God
was just hunting. You can see the blood in his eyes, just looking for somebody to kill. And he found his target. He finds Stubby. Mid lane is under fire, and a lot more plays are going into the hands of CBI. 7.3k gold lead. We're at 13 minutes. This game is looking like a fast one. Game 5 is unfortunate, and you hate to see it, but you feel the momentum from CBI from winning Game 3 on just, barely on a steal of the Elder Steal by Chitin to,
oh my God, yeah.
Winning Game 4. Basically, it could have been a 3-0 in favor of RPG, but CBI just came back just barely, and just, team morale just going down and down for RPG, and this is what we see in Game 5. It is all CBI at this point.
God, I almost forgot about that. The Seraphine of all the champions taking that Elder Dragon. Absolutely bonkers.
You know what's crazy? In Game 2 of, I believe it was, quarterfinals in the Diamond League, the team that was up 1-0 was taking a Baron, and the team that was down, who was Lotus, stole the Baron with the Seraphine, as a Seraphine, to support. So, something about Seraphine is just, they just have that ability to steal major objectives.
You heard it here, folks. Seraphine is the pick for objective control.
But right now, game has slowed down just a little bit. The Ghost is almost up for I Praise God, and once that's up, they are going to go hunting for some kills.
Yeah. We once again have the Gale Force for Chitin. It makes a lot more sense to me on the Tryndamere than the Garen, but he wrecked face on the Garen, so I cannot criticize it all.
Well, he didn't do that well early on, but it's mostly because, the rest of the map was doing pretty well, right? Having the rest of the map doing well lets you gain a little bit of a comeback for yourself. You can, look to play off your team, get the kills for yourself, and then eventually do whatever you need to do. If, mid lane was going equally as bad, that Garen wouldn't be a thing in the game.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. But right now, this game has slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah. The dragons are 1-to-1, so the the soul as the objective isn't going to come up as fast and be as impactful as it's been in the last, feels like, all of the games.
Yeah, and ooh, but as of right now, Waka is sitting at
Gale Force in by
56.
Trendemir. That's a 2-level advantage over Fantasy. He has the ult, pops the Undying Rage, and Chitin goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, right now it doesn't seem like Fantasy has any items. Has a TM trying to like push Kaiden away by just clearing these waves, but
Oh,
without any
here's I
damage.
Praise God
Take
looking for
forever.
Dracnus. Goes in with the E. Oh, Dracnus trying to get Inferno, but I Praise God gets the kill.
And in the meantime, the mid lane turret is going to go down. Top lane turret is going to follow shortly after. It's at this point, Waka's sit at 60 or 58 stacks right now, and is just continuously scaling. But I don't think we're gonna see a full-fledged, Senna carry by the end of this game. We're sitting at a 9.1k gold lead. Their dragon is coming up in about 37 seconds. That will be an infernal dragon. For Fever to get back in this game, they will have to look for picks as a team because even a 1v2 isn't enough.
And the problem with that is just with the comp they've drafted, getting picks is super hard.
Yeah, it's
Like
very
they don't.
hard.
Yeah.
They, as I stated earlier, is RPGX doesn't have that much experience on Gwen. So Gwen having their knowing their gang patterns, their clear everything about it. It's something you have to like know a little bit about to pull
Yeah.
out. And I felt like they put a lot of faith into Dragnus in this game to do well against Kite. However, CPI decided to put Chitin mid with the Trinamir and send the Lulu top, and it has worked wonders. Yes, there was a small misplay by Inferno, but Inferno has gotten the best of Dragnus this entire game mostly.
Yep. I do like RPG giving Dracnus the Herald because they got the bounty gold from taking the Herald, and they're gonna get this bounty gold from top turret, and he didn't even have to use the Herald itself. So they have the opportunity to use that to get another bounty to just try to slingshot that gold back.
Here's the
So I think they're
problem,
making
right?
the right play.
The bounty for a tier 1 tower is only 300. That's 60 gold split amongst your team. Not even enough for a control award for everyone. So
Woof.
it's not that much. Tier 2 is where it gets a little bit more, worthwhile, but that bounty is not going to be enough to, warrant losing a tier 2 in a bot lane because they actually still lose that trade up.
Yeah. Ooh. Man. All right. So in continued good news for RPG, the cull is almost finished for Fantasy. He's gonna get that pop of gold, and we might see a bit less of a bodega build coming out of the Corki.
Yeah, he needs to get to his mana immune. Needs to get to his mana immune, needs to get to his Luna's Echo, and after that, it might be, they might be able to like push off CBI just a little bit more, but without those items, it's basically not that big of a champion right now.
Yeah. All right. All right. So the mana immune did get bought. It's close to the Muramana. And that's even without the cull being finished.
And they'll be closer to that last chapter. Last chapter does help quite a bit, but oh no,
watch out. I Praise God goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows, flash forward by Chitin. Here's the Undying Rage, and Chitin gets his fourth and gets it out. The whole team from RPG is here. Here's a teleport. Oh, True Shot Barrage comes in and takes out Chitin. There's the Cyclone coming in. They are going for I Praise God, but he is buffing it back to Equestria.
RPGX got to be a little bit careful because he is up quite further than the rest of his team. But, Titan wanted the kill, ghosted, and was able to get the kill. Does get sniped down by Stubby. We've seen a lot of True Shot Barrage hit their target in this series. I praise God,
Oh,
it might be a little bit of trouble.
going in, gets ignited for his trouble, but he is running out and has Waka there for heals.
Yeah, he has to Triforce in Frozen Art. He's just way too tanky at this point to actually take any kind of lethal damage.
Yep. He's even still. He bought a tier. Do you think he goes to just for more damage, or is he gonna go
Yeah,
something like a Fimble Winter?
no, he's probably gonna go with the Manamune. Manamune Hecarim was like a big thing, especially like going like Chem Tank. When Hecarim was ridiculously broken, it just provides a lot more damage, and I think he wants to look to just one-shot Stubby or Fantasy on cooldown
Yeah,
of his
fair.
cooldown of his E actually. Nope, he's going for Fimble Winter. Playing the
Okay.
team's game.
So the Herald gets dropped in bot lane, and Dracnus teleports up to top where CPI has started the Baron.
Yeah, you know, even a Baron steal would delay the game quite a bit. So, oh, it looks
I
like
love that
fantasy
play.
looks like fantasy is actually gonna opt to finish the Ravenous Hunter. Wait, did I say Ravenous Hunter? Ravenous Hydra. Ravenous Hydra. Before the Loon's Echo, or so. Still gonna be delayed on that poke build, just a little bit longer. But right
Yep.
now, Titan has the Devori Quick Blades and the Gale Force, while we have, 2 items for Cho'Gath. We have almost 2 items for Senna and almost 3 items for Hecarim. It's wasn't a good stop by RBG, because with that Baron, the game would have been over. But if RBG was able to somehow like steal that Baron or win the team fight with the help of a little bit of Baron, MR and Armor Shred, then it could have been an avenue for them to win the game or come back.
Yeah. I genuinely like it because it was the right play from both sides. Ooh.
Oh,
Okay, so RPG is starting this because Corki picked up the
they
package,
just
so they kind of have a timer on like where they can be effective.
yeah, but they just were seen, so they were looking for it. They don't have an insane amount of damage, but they have the damage to, they don't. It's not like they have a Cassiopeia or a Vayne or
Yeah.
Kaisa to one shot it, but they had quite a bit of damage that they could have won for it, and they tried to.
And
But
while
on the
this
other
is
side,
happening, Chitin is splitting off and taking the dragon.
yeah, it was pretty much free, and he decides to take that. Yes, they don't need the soul to win the game, but it definitely helps. Just taking it off the map, Kaiden is gonna just take all the CS and just gonna create havoc in the spot lane, while the rest of the teams could basically do whatever they want.
Ooh. Okay, the root lands onto Adishan. Gwen goes in. There's the knockup. There's I praise God just coming in from the side. Dracnus goes in and goes right on out.
Yeah, if you're gonna go on anyone, Adishan is not the target, especially when
No.
the Frostfire Gauntlet and the Fimble Winter are complete. That will start the Baron, since jungler is dead. The saving grace is gonna be maybe a steal from Ezreal, but oh,
Oh, Fantasy has to flash over the
yeah,
wall, and so now Dracnus goes in. There's a nice Cyclone to knock up multiple, but Waka gets the kill, and I praise God is just really queuing the backline to go down. Hyper goes down, and meanwhile, Chitin is on the bottom lane in him.
yeah, and that was a 4v4 up top. But if you're RPG, you can't really contest it. The best thing you could do is probably look for a steal or try to look for a little bit of poke, because the fact that Hecarim Lulu combo can engage so quickly is
Yup.
absolutely insane. The Ghost as well can just jump on your parries, and we just saw that with Fantasy. Fantasy was forced to flash, and it's not like RPG has enough damage to kill anybody on CPI right now.
Now. And that's such a problem because with their comp, they drafted literally nothing but damage, and they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, and it's just a fallout of what happens when they got behind early. Getting behind early against this kind of team
Yep.
is her damage won't be able to get their items. They won't have the front line to protect them either to get their items. So they'll start dropping turrets after turrets, any objectives. So we see the Soul in about 2 minutes and 38 seconds. The Baron went down about 23 minutes, and it's just you could say they're just bleeding out slowly, but it's actually pretty quickly they're bleeding out.
Yeah, there's not much slow about this. We're only at 25 minutes, 26 minutes, and it's an 11K gold lead for
Mhm.
CBI.
Yeah, in the middle, RPG was able to stop the gold lead from growing for a little bit, but it comes down to a point where they just lost control of their entire jungle. They lost control of the ability to stall this game out because of how quickly CBI can engage.
RPG is thinking about going in, but yeah, nothing.
Yeah, s- same thing is like it's Adishan is just too tanky.
Yep.
They expended the Gwen ultimate on that fight, and the needlework is a very important ultimate to try to get something done.
I praise God just keeps hitting the turret as every time E is off cooldown. Chitin pops the ult, the Undying Rage is going, and Draconis doesn't survive the solo tower dive. Corky goes down. I praise God goes legendary. Baka gets that mid inhib, and all five from CP are getting out. They just have too many heals and shields.
They have too many heals, shields. They have so many ways to basically survive damage, and Stubby is just like, you know what, this game is over. 27 minutes. Looks like the Nexus will be going down, and you hate to see it, but it might have just came down from the game three. The change in pace, the change in the momentum going over towards CBI, and they just held onto it the entire rest of the series.
Entertaining stuff. GG's to both teams. Red Pandas have nothing to feel sad about. I mean, other than losing in the end, but they played super well. They made a really good showing.
Yeah, they already broke so many brackets. They already are silenced the haters. They came to play, and beating Imperial was one thing. Almost 3-0ing Ibiza was going to be insane, and that was part of a possible Cinderella story.
Yeah.
They they got better as the season went on as well. I know they had roster issues for the most part of the season, but they came into playoffs looking to win. And like you said, they should be proud of themselves. And we look forward to see what they could do or those players could do on future teams.
Whew. But with that, our evening has come to a close. Faithful viewer, I hope to see you next week for semifinals and
Yeah.
just another insane series coming at you.
And right now we do still have one more series which we will actually raid. TA Dayspa versus Litter Monkeys Wild. They're in game 5. We will join them shortly.
Oh my God, they're still going.
Yep,
Wow.
they're still going.
Very cool. But that will be it for us. This is Jeeves signing off with Bully. Have a good night, viewers.
Good night.